Hi there, YouTube. Oh gosh, look at this here. Hang on a second. Yeah, I was coming in just a few minutes ago, and I got licked by a rogue cow. Let's grab our friends over on Twitch. Hello, Twitcheroos. Welcome to the Stratosphere Studio. I'm your host, Bill Whittle. It is Monday the 20th. It's 4:20. For those of you that care about those things. Um, Hope everybody's doing well. And sorry we couldn't be here last Thursday. Let me just take care of this YouTube thing. The thing. Um, Hope everybody's been doing well. Been a kind of strange week here at Lake Wobegon. A lot of, I don't even know what to call it really. Just strange. Um, and I think that's got that fixed, so we can go back here. But you guys have a commercial-free experience, which you certainly deserve. So that's live. Yeah, let's adjust this. So we had a lot of stuff to talk about last Monday. But this one little kind of like it's just not going away, is it? Just not going away. I feel like alfalfa. Uh, so since we since I got the very few questions last time and talked an awful lot about a bunch of different stuff, I thought we'd go kind of to the questions pretty quick tonight. Still got a bunch of stuff I'm wrapping up. Haven't had a chance really to talk about really had a chance even to work with the new Sea Dance. It's like everything else is just does some things well, some other things well. Talked to a guy who represents Sea Dance, a guy from China, and seemed like a nice enough fellow. So I'm looking forward to getting to play with that, but I just got a couple things I have to deliver first, and everything else is proceeding according to plan. So that's good. It's good to see everybody. It's good to be here. And let me just get these. Yeah. Hello from northwestern Kansas. Sean Ames. Sean A. Ames, I think, if I got that right. Hi, Sean. Good to see you. It's always good to hear from our Kansans. And if anybody can explain to me, how can you, how we ever got to Arkansas, I'd be happy to find out. So Marisha says, Bill, honest question, why are you not more concerned about the CCP backing behind Sea Dance? Because right now, Sea Dance is the most effective AI platform out there, and I plan to use the most effective AI platform available on the market in order to counteract Chinese influence on our culture. Hope that explains it for you. So I think what we'll do is just kind of leap into this comment section as though we were just a couple of wee teenagers out on a afternoon walk in the park near a swimming hole, and get on that. Is James T. Kirk not in the shot? Did I forget to bring James T. Kirk into the shot? No, he's there. Everybody's here. Okay. Yeah, and this title of Best AI Engine is one that just changes all the time. Sure, but it makes it easier for them to just outright steal your stuff. Well, if China wants to put a few $billions of their Chinese yuan into a story about people leaving tyranny and a culture that depends on social credit scores in order to seek a free horizon where people can work for themselves and make their own lives, then they're welcome to it. I find it a wee on the unlikely side, however. So, kind of nice to be. As I said, they're on the top for now, and it's not like they did some sort of quantum leap that no one else has ever accomplished. They've got a marginally better engine. It does marginally better things. They don't do dialogue. They don't do lip syncing or anything like that. So I'll use other software for that. I haven't seen anything. I have seen one thing that I liked in CDance quite a lot, and that is that it has an AI to do the nodes, and so now I could probably figure out Comfy UI myself since I've seen it in action. But I don't know. I did see a couple of. I'm curious to know what engines you could actually get and download on your own PC. I got to imagine that would take an awful lot longer to render. An awful lot longer to render. So I'm just using whatever we got, and I'm perfectly happy with that. Okay, we have Stratosphere Studio questions for 4/20/26 Monday Pop Culture, curated by Mr. Eric Blake. Probably have a few of these, I guess, since we had to ditch a bunch of them last time. Okay, we got an Eric Blake, we got a Quibo artist, we got Ian Nolan, Marusha Dark, Capital G Geek, Eduardo Enrique. It's good to see Eduardo again. That's a cool, kind of cool looking image attached there. Gosh, is that it? Sweet. Brentissimo says, hello from Utah. This may be my first time catching your live feed. Hello, Brentissimo. Cool name, by the way. And hello, Utah. I love it. Just hearing from all these exotic locales from all across the world. What do they speak in Utah? What language? I guess it's Utahn, I guess. Huh? My goodness gracious. I am concerned about our plummeting education standards, but I'll tell you what. That's something to be a little concerned about. Anyway, here we go. So we got everything all teed up here. Yes, we got our windows all windowed correctly. Yes, they appear to be windowed correctly. And then I will just do this. And then finally I will just do this. Tim Pool said Grok Imagine is the best AI. I don't know if he's talking about AI videos. But for some reason, I don't put Tim Pool top of the list of people who I would go to for artistic advice. All right, here we go. Eric Blake, second time in counting. Well, we're still counting, so, got to get that factored in. Tonight, the case of the cosmic contingency. Hey, Bill, as we all recover from the successful Artemis 2 mission, I find myself thinking, yes, we'd all love for the return to the moon to be totally 100% a SpaceX endeavor, but Starship still hasn't been able to progress beyond the unmanned test launches. Let me just stop by saying, when I kept saying, and I continue to say, that the money from Artemis ought to be given to SpaceX, I should have amended that to what I really meant to say, which is the money from Artemis should be given to private companies, of which SpaceX is apparently the leader. I got to tell you, there's a lot about the Starship I don't like. Maybe we'll talk about that. Let's see where the rest of this goes. Mind you, I'm very confident Elon and crew can get all the bugs out of the system soon enough. But in the meantime, Isaacson has lit a fire under NASA, and the fully manned Orion capsule has beaten a manned Starship to space, period, and around the moon and back, specifically. Ironically, for all our bemoaning how the Artemis mission was taking its sweet time, the simple fact is that for whatever reason, it's beat SpaceX to the punch. So what do you think about this, Bill? Is this going to be a pattern of NASA gets each step done first, then SpaceX comes in with upgrades? Oh, I'm glad you got that. Question in there. So, my opinion, your opinion, everybody's opinion on things is based on current events. I used to think NASA was the bomb. Now I think NASA is basically bombing. See what I did there? But but the fact of the matter is, the last really at least the last 18 months, if not 2 years, SpaceX has really underperformed, badly. At the beginning of 2025, Elon was expecting one Starship flight. I think he said he wanted 25 missions in 2025. That's one every 2 weeks. They had a series of consecutive identical failures with the Block 2 Starship. The booster's been behaving itself very well. But, as time creeps on, there are some things about SpaceX and Starship that really bear talking about. One of them is they've got a pretty poor fuel capacity to orbit. So they have to refuel in orbit. Okay. Now, when he was, this is why him prioritizing the moon is so much more important than prioritizing Mars. There's a lot less energy required to go to, well, it's probably not less energy, to be perfectly honest with you. But to be perfectly honest with you, once you get into Earth orbit, pretty much everywhere is pretty, if you can get something into Earth orbit, you can get it anywhere in the solar system. 98% or something of the heavy lifting is to get it into Earth orbit. Then you can just fly these gravity manifolds from here to there. But you don't have to carry as much fuel to go to Mars, to the moon, as you do to go to Mars, obviously. I don't like, and I have never liked, and I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just plain bigotry or cussedness, or just a reaction to having seen all of the 50s science fiction movies, including Tintin Goes to the Moon, which wasn't really a movie. But there's something about the Starship standing vertical on the moon that I don't like. It just, to me, screams center of gravity issue. Now I'm fully willing to admit that the ability of SpaceX to land on postage-size stamp in the pitching Atlantic means that they have a great deal of proficiency that we didn't have in the Apollo programs. But when I look at the height of that Starship versus the wheelbase, for lack of a better expression, it looks very, very, very high center of gravity to me, and I've yet to see one with decent sized legs that fold out and spread out the load and lower the center of gravity. So I don't know. That may just, as I say, be prejudice. I look at it and I think it's first stiff wind that comes up, it's going to tip over. Now I understand, theoretically anyway, that there is no stiff wind coming on the moon. It just doesn't feel right to me. It doesn't look right. I saw the Blue Origin lander. Blue Origin is not a couple years behind schedule. Blue Origin's a couple decades behind schedule. But a lander looks like a lander. I kind of like landers. I think there's no question. I certainly don't want to suggest that SpaceX has dropped the ball. But how long has it been since the last launch? It's been, 7 months, something like that. So they're obviously got their own problems. Now, with all of that said, I am 100% convinced that Elon Musk and SpaceX can iteratively solve problems faster than Artemis can. I just have talked about it before, and by the way, I got a call last week, and PragerU wants me to do a special on Artemis and what the future is, which we'll be shooting in early June. So that'll be cool. But there's a lot to unpack here, which I'm glad you asked the question. We didn't actually land on the moon, obviously, but I feel like we stole probably 90% of China's thunder. If China goes ahead and lands on the moon before we do, which I think is exceeding unlikely, but let's just say they did, the fact that we went back before they did, we went back before they went, I thought took a lot of their steam away. It would have really bothered me if the Chinese had been the first to go back to the moon after the Apollo landing. They certainly can't beat us to the moon because they're 60 years late. But I think it really took a fair amount of that. And despite the fact that we don't have a lander or anything really along those lines, I haven't seen anything that the Japanese are doing. I'm sorry, not the Japanese, that the Chinese are doing that looks anything like ready for the moon. Anything like. Their capsule is essentially a Soyuz capsule. I noticed obviously from the interior footage on Artemis that it was much roomier capsule than the Apollo command module. But then I finally saw a side-by-side comparison. It looked like somebody took a Orion capsule and crushed it down to about half the height. So they got a lot more room. I was worried about the reentry. Reentry seemed to be okay. I just want to get back there. I don't know what. I'm obviously just getting a little overwhelmed here, so let me just go back to ground that I'm a little more familiar with standing on. The entire history of the American space program, as we talked about it in Apollo 11, what we saw was that we were iterating and iterating very, very quickly. And we had a plan 7-8 years in advance. I mean, it committed to a plan 7-8 years before the landing. And that between like 1964, 65, and 69, we were taking the steps that we knew we were going to have to take in the hardware that we had designed 5 years earlier. The Apollo 8 mission, as I explained in what we saw, was just one of the greatest examples of calling an audible. We had a Saturn V rocket. We had a good command service module. We had an Apollo crew, but we didn't have a lunar module. The next mission we were supposed to fly was to test the lunar module in Earth orbit. We just tested the command module in Earth orbit on Apollo 7. Thank you, Upper Room. It's very kind. Cape Town, good night. Well, from all around the world. Thank you very much. Good to see you. The Upper Room TV here on YouTube. Hello from Cape Town. Love your work, sir. Thank you. So we showed two things that I thought were really good. We showed that we had done the mental work first, that we thought all the bugs out, and that we knew that the Apollo program would require these pieces of hardware to be flown in this order in order to incrementally get ourselves to the moon without doing any one thing that was so far beyond anything else that it was absurdly risky. And we followed that plan even after the Apollo 1 fire. We followed that plan, and when production scheduling got in the way in this would probably be October, November of '68, I guess. We've got a Saturn V, which we need. We don't need a Saturn V. We need a Saturn 1B for Earth orbit to test the command and lunar modules. But we don't have a lunar module. So what are we going to do? We're going to sit back on our thumbs here and just waste another 3, 4, 5, 6 months waiting for this lunar module? We don't have time to waste. So Apollo 8 was a mission that was never, ever on the original schedule. There was never a mission to go to the moon, orbit the moon, and come back without a lunar module. The plan was command service, man testing, command service module in orbit, command service module plus lunar module, separate them, fly them apart in orbit, then command service module and lunar module into a real high elliptical orbit like they did with Artemis, and then finally we would go to the moon on Apollo 10, do the whole dress rehearsal including orbiting the moon. Apollo 10 was supposed to be our first trip to the moon, but we didn't have a LEM, so we went without the LEM, and we got a lot of experience, and we got a lot of firsts, and it was just great. My point here is that we've just come back from the moon with Artemis, and we don't have any idea what the lunar lander is going to look like, what it's going to be. There's no concrete plans that I've ever seen in terms of what the mission is going to look like. It's like they haven't even chalked it out on a board yet. I know they have a bunch of theories about what it's going to be, but when we went to the moon on Apollo 8, we came back in December of 1968, and then we went again 3 months later into Earth orbit, and then we went back to the moon with Apollo 10, and then went back to the moon with Apollo 11, did 3 Apollo missions, well, 4 if you count Apollo 8, in 7 months. 4. And 3 of those went to the moon. So I don't know what to do with this. Effing Geek says it's further than we ever went before. True, and I don't mean to take anything away from him. I admire that. I'm proud of that. But it's 1% further than we've ever been before. 1% further than we've ever been before. And I don't know. Uh, the the prime defense contractors all merged and turned into these super conglomerate Boeing, McDonnell, Lockheed, all merged into these things that have become very different from what they were in the 60s. But say what you want about them. When they sat down, they said they just said there was some give and take. Obviously, wasn't just like orders, but Grumman said we'll do the LEM, and everybody around the table said, okay, well, Grumman, if you can't get the LEM going, we're boned. Grumman said, we said we'd do the LEM, didn't we? So we'll do the LEM. North American said we'll do the command service modules. IBM said we'll do the software. Boeing said we'll do the first stage, and and on and on and on. We have a similar situation now where there's some talk about the LEM being done by Blue Origin. Blue Origin has picked up the pace. I mean, they got their New Glenn into orbit, and they recovered the booster, and so I think they just had a mission I wasn't even aware of. But I haven't seen the lander yet, and they were building lunar modules, manufacturing them at least three years before we went to the moon. So what I want to know is, where's the plan? And the problem with NASA is, as opposed to SpaceX, this is SpaceX's second biggest advantage. Its first biggest advantage is SpaceX belongs to one person, and one person is the captain of the ship, and that's why ships have one captain, and why the Battle of Midway was not fought by committee. But the second thing is that, and more destructive historically, is that SpaceX has the financing. The problem with giving it to NASA is they can come up with a tremendous program under the Trump administration, and 2 years later they can just cut all of it, or cut 80% of it, which is worse. And that's why that's why we lost 2 shuttles, because they just kept cutting the budget. The engineers said, we got to save the program, instead of just saying no. That's actually what NASA should have done. They didn't have the guts, I guess. But when they started cutting back on the space shuttle program in the 70s, it was supposed to be on the back of a air launch. So they took that away because it was too expensive. So they went with the solid rocket boosters and the external tank, and they kept cutting. Should have been a point when NASA collectively should have just said, nope, you don't get a shuttle at that price. It's just too Mickey Mouse. We're not doing it. We're not doing an external tank and solid rocket boosters. We were told we had money for a shuttle, and Congress cut the money, so we got no space program. So that's what they should have done. Same thing, by the way. I don't know why I thought of this exactly, but there's only one person on the planet. Fun little Monday night issue. There's one person that could have prevented the absolute emasculation and destruction of Luke Skywalker. Anybody in the comment section want to guess who that one person is? One person could have stopped that. I'll wait just for a couple minutes. Isaacson seems like a good guy. He seems like a good guy. Yeah, everybody's pretty much getting it. Marusha got there first. Was it Mark Hamill? Yes, it was Mark Hamill. Mark Hamill was the only person on the planet that could have stopped what they did to Luke Skywalker. But he didn't have the courage to do it because he's a liberal weenie. All he did was whine about it and cry about it and bitch and moan about it and make faces about it and all the rest of it. But he could have stopped it, and he didn't. He could have said, and he should have said, and if he'd had any balls, he would have said, this isn't Luke Skywalker, and I'm not playing him. I'll play him if you make him Luke Skywalker, but I'm not playing this guy. And furthermore, if you go with the Luke Skywalker that you've written, then I will go out there and say that it's not Luke Skywalker. Luke Skywalker. He could have done it, but he didn't. And not only that, and this is even worse. Not only that, he could have just plain said no and kept his dignity and his honor. And by the way, I think if he had said no, they would have changed the script. I'm telling you, they would have changed the script. You've got Carrie Fisher, you've got Harrison Ford, and you're gonna no. They would have changed the script, but not only did he not stand up for his principles, and not only did he take the money, he didn't stand up for his principles, he took the money and he bitched and whined and complained about it. If you're going to take the money for it, Mark, you owe the people who are paying you the professionalism of having professional press conferences. You don't get to have it three ways. I don't want to do it, it's not right to the character. Well, you took the money. Yeah, but I'm going to bitch and moan about it so people know that I was against taking the money while I took the money. Kiss off. What a pathetic weakling that guy is. Just a complete weenie. Say what you want about Bill Shatner, who's not universally known as the nicest guy in town, but I haven't seen Shatner take a knee to anybody for anything. And I disagree with a lot of what Shatner says, but Bill Shatner is Bill frickin' Shatner. Marusha says, maybe it's because I'm a millennial that I don't necessarily mind the cynical ex-hero. Okay. He's not cynical. He's, well, you know what, the first Star Wars movie, which I saw in a drive-in theater, I might point out, when the press came out and it became the highest grossing film of all time, the one word that everybody applied to it, and the one adjective that was universally stuck with Star Wars and described the whole phenomenon in mid to late 70s America was that it was fun. It was fun. It was styled as a serial that was fun, in the same way that Indiana Jones was, and it hasn't been fun for a long time. If you're going to go dark, man, if you're going to go dark, don't take the fun franchise dark. If you're going to go dark, put your money into 40K, where it would have been put to good use. You can't really have the crew of the Millennial Falcon sitting there eating corpse paste, So there you go. Brentissimo got it exactly right. Brentissimo, where have you been all our lives? Good to see you here. Part of what made Luke awesome was his ability to maintain hope and faith as he matured. Yes, the climax of the trilogy of Star Wars, which is essentially one movie, it's Luke Skywalker's story, and everything that's not the original trilogy doesn't count, in my opinion, with the exception of Rogue One. But that entire three-part movie came down to the moment when Luke Skywalker threw away his lightsaber. That was the point of the story. That was the entire reason to tell the story. He's now a trained professional warrior, which is what he always wanted to be, and at the moment of truth, when he has the power, he puts the sword away. That's what makes Star Wars epic. It's what makes it mythological. And now what have you got? No, Palpatine fell down this hole and then got caught in a garbage bin, and then the Death Star exploded. But somehow Palpatine has returned. So Luke's entire story, his victory was nullified. It wasn't just nullified, it was ridiculed. Come on, Dalton, you can do it. 2 more. Come on, Dalton. Dalton says, but I could 2 more reps on squats if Bill told me to do it. Come on, you weakling, you pathetic weakling, you can do it. 2 more. Come on. Okay, one more. Come on, you got it in. 1 more. Don't you dare. Don't you. Keep going. You pansy, you candy ass. Get your ass in gear. If I don't, there is no try. So anyway, yeah, and lesbian space witches get impregnated by the Force, and we all go to the Starfleet Leering Academy in order to learn how to swallow our comm badges, because this is, you know what's funny, what's ironic is everybody was criticizing Starfleet Academy, criticized it the same way, and so did I. They said, no, you can't have these idiots there. Starfleet Academy is the best of the best. And it was only after it was over that I realized that's it, that's exactly what they did. In the year 3000 or whatever it is, that is the best of the best. That is the best of the best. Gay Klingons and overweight holograms are the best of the best in the year 3000, and your chief engineer is in a lesbian relationship with your first officer, and they, of all of the lines, well, Dalton says he was able to get 4 more. I should tape myself. Congratulations. Of all of the lines I have ever heard in Star Trek rather, this one takes the cake, man. Tig Notaro and the female, whatever the hell that thing was, got into an argument, a lover's spat on the bridge, as often happens on the control center of combat vessels, where the captain or the first officer and the chief engineer will start having, just a couple spats, as is wont to happen on warships. And the Jem'Hadar, I think she was, the female Jem'Hadar, said to Tig Notaro, she ruined Thanksgiving because they were going to do turducken, but Tig Notaro ruined Thanksgiving because she did not warm up the replicator. She didn't preheat the replicator. Okay? F you too. We feel the same way about you. So anyway, back to your question, Eric. I want to see some more starships flying in 2026. And we're already a third of the way through 2026. So he's got a lot of catching up to do. I did see the stack, the new stack with nothing but the Raptor 3 engines. That looked cool. You got some more engines in there. Was it the Block 3 booster or whatever? But Elon needs to get back on that breathtaking. That's Quibo. That's what they said. That's a direct line from the show. I heard it with my own ears. She didn't preheat the replicator. But if I were Elon, on this next flight, it's certainly the one after this one. If not this one, then the one after this one. You gotta launch that stack. You gotta catch the booster. You gotta move that booster off to the side, and then you gotta catch the starship. But the amount of fuel that the starship can get into orbit is alarming, and the amount of refueling attempts it takes to refuel a starship in orbit is. Anybody know the number offhand? I was surprised. I thought it might have been like 4 or 5, but it might be like 8 or 12 or something. That's not great. So we got a lot of work to do. The more I live in this colonies universe, the more I'm convinced that all of this stuff can absolutely happen like tomorrow. Just like tomorrow. Build it tomorrow and go. Quibo Artist. Okay, we got a bunch of data here, so we'll see what we got. Given where we are in the current year with AI development, what do you think this moment really represents for creative media and storytelling? Do you think we'll actually reach the kind of capability systems like CG 3.0 have been promising, like 20 minutes of coherent AI-generated video at a time? And if we do, what happens to filmmaking as a craft? I'm going to, there's a bunch of stuff after, so I'm going to take these questions that are right at the top and I'll answer them one-on-one. Given where we are in the current year with AI development, what do you think this movement really represents for creative media and storytelling? I think the answer is very simple. It represents democratization. And democratization is good and bad. The good, no, let's do the bad first. The bad news with this is that it allows anybody to make content that looks like it's from $100 million feature film studio. The good news is that it allows anybody to make content that looks like it's from a $100 million feature film studio. That's the good news and the bad news. It is we talked last week, and I thought it was a really fascinating conversation about talent and whether talent exists and the difference between talent and expertise and so on. I didn't hear anything that particularly changed my mind. I think expertise can be taught. I think talent is far too complex and chaotic to be anything other than just a genetic mutation of some kind. I forget what somebody once was talking about probabilities, and they did it like, if you like just take male height for example, and if you whatever the average American male height is, it's probably 5'9", 5'10", whatever. And if you just imagine a bunch of 5'10" people in a room, all with this enormous sheet of plywood on their head, right? So that's the average. You got this 5-foot plate of hardwood on their head. How many people in 1,000 or whatever get to 6 feet? Well, it turns out there's quite a few. How many people get to 6'3"? Fewer than 6 foot, but still quite a few. But then you start getting into the 6'7" and so on, and finally you get to a point where, if you're talking about how many people get to be 7 feet or above, the number is vanishingly small compared to the human population. And talent works that way too. So there are so AI video has allowed the average person to produce output that looks like it came from the kind of place that only top talent used to be able to produce. So anybody can produce things that look like, if you grab a frame, the kind of stuff that only the very, very best, most talented people could do. And I think that's one of the reasons why AI slop is so annoying to people, because people don't expect average movie makers to make anything other than average looking movies. If you see a film that's made by somebody on VHS or something, it's crap and it looks like crap. You could give a genius a VHS camera and he'd make an amazing movie out of it. But when the quality of the image, see, this is I haven't really talked about this before because I haven't really thought about it before, but what's really occurring to me now is that the average frame that comes out of, let's just take Sea Dance 2 or anything. You type in woman in a superhero costume leaps from a building and lands on the concrete in that three-pointed hero pose, which if I see one more time, I'm going to have an aneurysm. But any idiot can write that prompt and have it work. And I thought, yes, but there's no acting and there's no story and there's no this and that and so on. But the one thing I hadn't considered was just that one shot of that like that hero landing isn't just the hero landing, it's the hero landing with Hollywood level costuming, Hollywood level lighting. The Hollywood level lighting is built into the engine. You never see AI put out something that looks like it's shot on VHS in a classroom under fluorescent lights. The AI is trained on the best cinematographers and directors of photography in the world. So it's really kind of like giving an average guy an A-list Hollywood crew. So when you see something that looks that good and then you get absolutely nothing out of it, you just go, oh, no, this is kind of disappointing. However, when you make that technology available to everybody, it's the 80-20 rule again. 80% of the people, and I don't mean this in any kind of a purgative way, and for the love of God, I certainly don't mean that no one should have access to it. But basically what you're doing is you're saying you're giving this kind of miracle technology to 80% of the population that just doesn't know what to do with it other than some goofy stuff. And then you start getting into the number of people whose heads are above the board and how high are they above the board. So 20% of the total users will have some talent, and some of them will have real talent, and some of them will have breakout talent. And the only breakout talent that I've seen so far is the Gossip Goblin stuff. That stuff is not only just beautifully made and beautifully shot. It's none of that would matter. It's really incredibly well written, and it's incredibly well acted, and it shows. Their recent movie, the Patch Right, I think, 3.5 million views. Anybody know? By the way, I don't. I should. You'd think I'd have this on like speed dial in my brain. Anybody out there in the comment sections of either of these two streams have an estimate, or an estimate, either one, of how much money do you get? How much money does YouTube pay you if you have 3.5 million views? Anybody know? Marisha says, perchance AI can make images in specific photo styles, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. Not sure if there's a video equivalent of it. The very first AI video that came out that was really good, and this is about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, the first stuff that came out was that was really great were these 50s retrospectives, 60s retrospectives of like 50s and 60s visions of the future. Those were the first AI videos that looked really fantastic. No, it's got to be more than that. Andrew DeLay says it's a few $1,000s. I think it's got to be more than that for 3.5 million. Somebody would know. I know who would know. For 3.5 million views on YouTube, a creator would typically see between $3,500 and $35,000 in total revenue before taxes, with most realistic long-term earnings falling into the $7,000 to $25,000 range. That's a little lower than I thought, but that's still basically it. Chaos Forever says, Bill, time zone makes me have to leave. Think you can get to my questions first? Eduardo Henrique there. Yeah. Yes, you're next, Eduardo. Quibo, I'll come back to you, okay? Because you got a lot more stuff here. Let's get our buddy Eduardo out of here if we can. Here he is. Okay, thank you. Greetings, Bill. Still catching your shows on YouTube due to time zone reasons, but still never miss them. Long time no post, so please bear with me on this slightly long one. I bring news from the gaming world. Last week saw the release of an immediate success of Pragmata by Japanese developer Capcom. Having played it, I wholeheartedly endorse it to any of the old school gaming crowd. I recommend you learn about it. It is one of the best themed lunar colony settings I have ever seen. Lately, check the pic from below. It might inspire your colonies. And here's an image. And here's... Yeah, I've heard about this game. Yeah, it looks fantastic. And I've heard they're in some kind of trouble or something. That's probably what the question has to deal with. That's not bad for Stone Knives and Bearskins technology. It's a third-person shooter puzzle where you play as an astronaut engineer steely-eyed missile man stranded on a moon base as one of two survivors after a quake and a subsequent rogue AI caused old robots to go hostile. He joins with a second survivor, a cyborg girl named Diana. Think synthetics from aliens, while the enemies are the Terminators. That is the puzzle solver of the duo, able to hack other machines and see things you can't outside of human senses. Together they must survive and escape back to Earth. The marvel of this game is that Diana, is being a first-generation Pragmata android, is so advanced She can actually feel and learn like a human girl could, and her and Hugh's relationship soon goes from allies of convenience to genuine father-daughter bonding, something the game depicts beautifully, and so does the compilation video below if you're curious enough. Naturally, a game showing a positive father figure doing well means the blue-haired brigade must destroy it. This is what I heard earlier. There's a bunch of people telling people to downvote it, not play it, or it like didn't even exist. Um, Accusing any who like it of being straight out pedophiles or similar. My theory, they can't possess a healthy fatherly relationship, so they assume that it must be as twisted as their worldview. Anyway, that's my take. Feel free to give me yours. Best of luck and very best regards. And there's a link to the YouTube. Yeah, you're right on the main. You're right on the main vein there, Eduardo. It's exactly right. These far left progressive. I don't even like calling them feminists anymore. The terms just so overused. These womanists viscerally loathe strong fathers. I don't know if it's because they didn't have any or whether their fathers were animals that beat them or abused them or whatever the case may be. Something caused it. But nevertheless, they cannot handle real masculinity in any form, and yet they crave it. They're lost. If you're a trans person, you're lost. The people who have this surgery genuinely believe that if I'm born a male and I transition and I become a trans woman, then straight men are going to want to date me. They really believe this, and they think that they can argue you into it, that they can rhetoric their way into it, and that ain't going to happen, and that is starting to manifest itself. So it's hard to say. First of all, I know Glenn Reynolds has used this term a lot, and I think it's obviously self-evidently true. But what can't go on won't go on, and I don't. I don't see any end game for the feminist movement. All I see is women getting unhappier and unhappier and unhappier, and when you reduce all of this hatred between men and women today, back and forth, when you reduce it down to brass knuckles, I almost said brass tackles, but brass knuckles is a better term. Any objective reading of human behavior, as if from orbit by a different species, will show that men are forget about physically more capable. Men are much, much, much better emotionally equipped to be alone than women are. Much better. And so they have built themselves a house that they cannot escape from. And this is their entire identity, and most people aren't willing to change their identities. Sometimes you get people breaking through. But yeah. So think of it this way. What the left has proposed is so counter biological. Everything that modern feminism believes in pulls women away from what they're biologically wired to do, and it's been a constant echo chamber of narrative telling women what they wanted to hear, that their real happiness is to be men, because I think on some level, I'm obviously generalizing, but I think on some level it goes all the way back to the Bible. I think it's in prehistory. I think it's wired into us that women are very jealous of some of the things that men can do. So feminism comes along and says, hey, you can have all of the things that men do and have all of their benefits and all of their freedoms and all the rest of it, and not only do you not have to have any of their responsibilities, you also get to keep all of your feminine privileges. Who would turn a deal like that down? And so this feminism is it's like a magnet that's pulling these women away from what makes them naturally happy, in the same way that male things make men naturally happy. And as time goes on, that magnetic pull gets weaker, and they have to keep increasing the force that they're putting into it, and it's just going to fail. They are not. There is no progressive future. Progressivism, as it exists today, does not have a future. If for no other reason, even if they were right about their politics and they are dead wrong about everything, but even if they were right about their politics, progressivism doesn't have a future because progressivism doesn't have any children. So they're doomed, and they know it. So, like any other doomed cause, there's going to be a bifurcation, and we're seeing this already. The bifurcation is going to be the people that are not completely in the grip of this magnetic field of ideology will change their minds, and they'll date conservative men, and they'll and if they're real men, they won't put up with this feminist crap. I'm not saying they won't put up with women. I'm saying they just won't put up with feminist crap. And so, significant numbers of women will go back to a much more traditional lifestyle, make them much happier. But the ones who won't are going to get more and more bitter enders, and they're going to get more and more psychotic. And the anti-male rhetoric, I can't tell you how many times I've seen TikTok or Instagram videos in compilations, because I don't use either of those platforms, where women are basically saying we should just kill all the men, put them in prison or whatever, kill them all. I have not seen any male say that about women ever. I'm not saying that never happened, but I haven't seen it. So they're going to get more and more and more nutty, and they're going to get more crazy. This is going to feed their anxiety. Their anxiety is going to be soothed by things like girl boss movies, and all of these superhero movies, by the way, they're just nothing but revenge fantasies. That's all it is. Every time you see one of these either superhero, like I saw the trailer for Supergirl, and she's in a bar. What is this going to be? A flaming disaster. And she's in a bar, and then she's getting harassed by guys in a bar. Big, dumb guys in a bar with beers are harassing her, and so she pounds the living daylights out of them. And all of the feminists go, "Yay!" And young girls start thinking, well, maybe we can actually do that. And young boys start thinking, well, if these women are going to just come at us swinging, I guess we'd better be ready to swing back. And that's what's happening. And it's been happening for a long time. But there's no future for it. The only way forward for us is backwards. Is to go back to more or less traditional roles. I'm not saying women have to stay in the kitchen, or I mean, we've doubled the workforce. We've released enormous amounts of talent into the productivity pool, but you will never see a female combat soldier in my work. You may often see women who are armed and desperate to have to do something, but you will never see professional combat soldiers, because there is simply no possible rationale for it. Which is why, of all of the travesties committed against all of the science fiction projects in all of history, the most heinous one of all, and I'm including Star Trek Leering Academy into this, is the female Astartes in 40K. It's just so absurdly, absolutely, insanely ridiculous. The whole theory of the Astartes is they would scour the universe for planets with these harshest possible conditions, and they would recruit the biggest, strongest men that they could find, and 80% of them would die in the process or something like that. It just doesn't happen. Those bell curves do not overlap at the extremes. So I don't know, but you're right, and it is going to be a success because the Sisters of Battle. Okay. I'd rather have a platoon of Imperial Guardsmen. But it's good that they're pushing back. That means this scares them, and their time is coming to an end. Coming to an end. Yeah, Atomic Conqueror knows it. Yeah, the Astartes are amazing, but it's the Custodes, my boys. Those are the ones you got to watch out for. I love that they have. I mean, there are plenty of rules of women in 40K, and the Sisters of Silence, on the other hand, are fascinating characters. And but anyway, we digress. Uh, so hope that covered it mostly for you, Enrique. I'm glad to see it's out there, and I'm sure it's going to do well. So we'll see. Craigie says Artemis 2 crew seem to have a vibe of being gushy and emotive. I'm with you, pal. I'm with you. I actually liked the crew much better than I thought I would. Much better. It says an awful lot that me being a all-time space geek, I only know the name of Wiseman because it's a cool name. But I liked them a lot. I they did not strike me as a DEI crew, but there was a little bit too much hugging for me. A little bit too much hugging. Hugging doesn't get you to the moon. Engineering gets you to the moon. And I don't know. I would much have preferred a series of firm handshakes. Then I'm old school like that. Brentissimo says, never underestimate the guardsmen. They hold the line. They do. And the Emperor protects. So, all right. Anyway, that's that. Back to Quibo here. So, he also says, do you think we'll see systems like Sea Dream 3.0 that have promising like 20 minutes of coherent AI generated video at a time? I can't see. Here's the thing. I cannot imagine what I would need 20 minutes of uncut video of any kind for anything. 30 seconds would cover 30 seconds would cover. I can't imagine a shot longer than 30 seconds, to be honest with you. 7-8 seconds is just not really enough. If I had a solid 60 seconds, I can't imagine why I would need more than 60 seconds in one shot. However, because of the way AI works, it's not a 60-second shot. It might be so here's where like 3 or 4 minutes could be useful. If you give it a prompt that says 3 or 4 minutes, the guy walks over here, opens this door, goes up a flight of stairs, picks up a rifle, goes to the balcony, jumps over the side, rappels down the side, then gets into a Mini Cooper. That goes in as one prompt, but it's really one action. And if you have the AI generated all in one shot and have it change the cuts internally, then everything matches. If you try to do that as a series of 8 or 10 5-second shots, it's tougher. So that aspect of it, but I don't see any need to have anything like that kind of length. He goes on to say, we've already seen early experiments where creators like Neuralviz produced 11 minutes and Gossip Goblin are producing full 20-minute AI films. Yes, but Gossip Goblin are making 20-minute AI films out of who am I kidding? In many cases, 5, 6, 7-second shots are about as long as they get. Thank you, Red Viper. That's very kind. So we have the tools to do that already. 5, 6 seconds is not enough, and 720p is not enough. But 15 seconds, you can get 15 seconds out of Higgsfield now, and it's hard to imagine not being able to make a movie that way. Like I said, I'd like to set up a 40-second sequence and then be able to make camera changes during that. That would be convenient. So getting a little longer is a big deal, but it's not the actual length. It's more like I would much rather have like precise camera controls, not like dolly in or orbit left. I mean precise camera controls, move from here to there. I would trade just about anything for that. Certainly would trade runtime for that. It feels like we're crossing from clips and demos into actual narrative cinema generated by AI. Do you see that as the beginning of a new artistic renaissance, or more like an overhyped phase before reality catches up? No, it is a new artistic renaissance. Studios are done, and they know it's done. That's why they sued so hard to keep Seedance 2 out of the country. They were supposed to release that in late February. It finally came out in mid-April. Studios are done, and the studios know they're done. I mentioned I was talking with a guy from, not exactly from Seedance. I can never remember the term. Is it an API? There are aggregator sites that you go to, and you start an account with them. And when you go to that site, you can use Nano Banana, or you can use VO, you can use Cdance, those sites. And this guy represented one of those sites that works very closely with Cdance in China. So there's a Chinese guy named Harry Zhang. I'm not entirely sure Harry's his first name, but anyway, I had a conference call with him a couple days ago, and talked about some of the problems that I had had with Cdance and some of the things that they're working on and so on. And there's a lot of things that Cdance doesn't even have in the pipeline that I absolutely need, like motion capture, performance. But I said to him that the studios are dying, and he said, "Do you have anybody working with you?" And I said, "Not right now." And he said that one of the reasons is because the studios are buying up AI videographers, AI video talent. The studios are buying them up, and I'm thinking, well, I guess if you're 18, 19, 20, 23, and you can work for a studio, and they'll pay you to learn your craft and to advance your craft and maybe work with some of the cutting edge stuff, that's fine. But I'm telling you, the idea of being able to be your own studio, that's exactly what this AI stuff is. You finally get to have your own studio. You own the studio, and you budget as much as you want. You want to make a $400 million movie, you can make it now. The idea that a young person would go into a studio to do that is insane to me, because that is exactly why this stuff is going to be so powerful. The best Star Wars I have seen since the end of Return of the Jedi is Star Wars that was done by real Star Wars fans with AI video. It's absolutely the most exciting, true to form, inspiring stuff ever. It's really good because it's done by people who love it. I have yet to see a lot of 40K AI, and that's probably because Games Workshop, or whoever owns that, I've heard they're extremely litigious. But yeah, Marusha says lots of grips and Best Boy's going to be out of work. Yeah, a lot of actors are going to be out of work too. And the movie stars comforted themselves by saying, well, actors are actors, but movie stars are movie stars. And there's a point to be made there in that 80-20 point. But the thing that these idiots don't realize is, yeah, but when all the movie stars get up on stage in front of other movie stars and tell each other how much they hate their audience, then you are not long for this world. I just watched a little tiny clip of Brad Pitt in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, where he stops at this light and he pulls out like a lifesaver or something, and there's this girl who apparently is like a fairly big actress now, some hippie chick, because it's set in 1969, I guess, and she's kind of flirting with him, and Brad's just doing his Brad thing, and I thought, man, that kind of charisma. See, a good actor, a good ugly actor can pull that off in AI, but he'd have to be really good. If you just watch that one little scene, that quick little 30-second transaction between Brad Pitt, who's twice the age of this girl, and the fact that she wants him to, she's hitchhiking, and he says, she says, like going this way, and he goes, no, going that way, and she goes, and he said, please, and he goes, and they wave goodbye, and he just drives off. It's like that kind of, I don't know where you get that kind of charisma unless you grow up as, Brad Pitt. But nevertheless, there's a bunch of stuff that I need like right now. And if I could get one person right now, I would get a really versatile character actor. That's the one thing I could use more than anything right now, is a really, really excellent character actor, because with AI voices and AI video, I can make that person look and sound exactly how I want them to. There's a lot of frontiers that I'm not pushing because I don't think I can carry the performance. So if I had a male and female character actors who were just really terrific, that would be great. So there you go. Roger says apparently Sydney Sweeney was in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I don't know. I was watching it with Natasha in a theater, and they go into Casa Vega, Mexican restaurant, and they sat in a booth that we had sat in about 4 days earlier, and it is still kind of like pretty weird. Roger says, so you need Andy Serkis? No, I actually kind of need an anti Andy Serkis. Andy Serkis is very good at playing strange characters. I need somebody who's really good at playing real characters. Oh, my scalp is so itchy today. Dry skin out here. Easy. All right, so let's see what we got here. So still with Quibo. TopView.ai is set up for less restricted C Dream, according to JS Films, who also makes AI films. See, the guy who also wasn't he deep into metahumans a couple years ago when I was into metahumans? I think that's who I'm thinking of. And it's considering uninstalling Unreal Engine. JS Films even makes AI films on YouTube. Yeah, it's over, man. I am going to try, when I get some time, and I might get some time by the end of next week, I'm going to try my first passes at AI spaceships. I've had good luck with AI rovers. Oracle of Delphi says, been to Casa Vega 100 times. Maybe we'll catch each other there. If you ever see us there, just come on over and say hi. Anyway, so here's what he's got. So Quibo goes on to say, a breakdown I asked AI for, not part of the question, just reference for industries. Okay, I'm just trying to condense this a little bit. Typical Hollywood film budgets: micro indie is 50,000 to 500K, indies 1 million to 20, studios 50 to 200. Okay, great. 25% goes to actors, 40% goes to crew, 20% goes to post-production. SAG actors cost $1,200 a day, $4,300 a week, plus extras, plus pensions and benefits, which is 18%, vacation pay 9%, payroll taxes. So a cheap actor is not cheap, and a known actor is $1 million to $20 million per movie. Correct. And then here's the crew. Union crews add 30 to 45% overhead on wages. There's dozens to hundreds of people on a set. You got to cover camera, lighting, sound, set design, makeup, VFX teams. Let's add costumes. Let's add catering. Let's add security, assistants. Even a small production burns $10,000 to $100,000 a day. And then here's what an AI film stack costs. Higgsfield AI is anywhere from, that's roughly $800-900 a year, roughly. So yeah, it's not. It's really 3 or 4 orders of magnitude lower. Marisha says, I wonder how much traditional movies would cost if you just got rid of all the union requirements. Probably about half. But you're still looking at a $40 million film costing $20 million, $10 million. You can't. Oh, another big one that you missed there, Quibo, is transportation. Transportation is a huge deal. And if you have a desert scene, you not only have to get cameras to the desert, you have to get crews to the desert, you have to get cast to the desert, you have to get drivers to the desert, catering to the desert, you got to get all the people that get you to the desert. It's just, and then if you want to shoot in the Arctic, you got to pack all this stuff up, take 2 weeks to move the whole location. Here, it's like I just changed the prompt. Next week I'll have more to show you. I've finalized the that science habitat for CAS 27. I've run a bunch of tests on it, and the story has this, like this 4-person self-contained science lab that's been out there for 80 years, and our family discovers it. And I was gonna make it look like it was, 80 years old and covered in rust and corrosion and snow and all the rest of it. But then I realized, no, I made I haven't heard the term before. I'm not saying I invented it, but it's convenient for me. I make showroom versions of everything. I made this habitat look like, in fact, the first renders I did of it were in a showroom, literally like in a giant convention display. Brand new, absolutely brand new. Because if you make it absolutely brand new, you can take it into your animation engine and tell it to weather it for the desert, or tell it to weather it for snow, or weather it underwater, or weather it after an explosion. And you can't do that backwards. So make pristine first generation models and let the engine do the work, because it will. And it's phenomenal. Phenomenal. And this habitat easily took me a month of pretty much exclusively everything I did on the colonies was to make this habitat, because it's the first thing I ever built that wasn't either a plastic model or a CGI model. I did the whole thing in AI, and a lot of the work I did, if you've ever built plastic models, you know how important decals are. And I'm not a great Photoshop guy, but all of the decals I did in Photoshop. Let me see if I got tons of examples. Let me see if I can grab one real quick that is worth the effort here. Hang on a second. Just give me 1 second. I've got a couple of fairly recent ones. I just see how far away these things are. Freaky. Freaky deaky. Hang on, I'll download one of them or something. Just pop it in there. And look, AI filmmaking is very much like, I see what's going on. Is very much like real filmmaking in the sense that you just have to do a bunch of takes. Just have to do a bunch of takes. Man, I don't know what it is, but something is just eating me alive here. And you render it again and again and again and again and again until you get, what you want. Hang on. Here we go. I'm just trying to find a good one. Oh, come on. I just want a decent one. Doesn't even have to be great. Okay, close enough. This is not my favorite one, but it'll work for the time being. Here you go. So this is the CAS 27 hab, which is rendered absolutely showroom new. The animation engine played around and added some things to the handle, but it did all of the weathering and the corrosion. So the character consistency is pretty good, and the decal consistency is actually excellent. So just show you this, and I'll have a bunch of them for you next week. Hang on a second. Here we go. Okay, so here comes Twitch. Here comes YouTube. It's just a test. astute viewers may have noticed that the first frame of that animation begins with him on the platform, and what I did was I tried many times just to say Jake comes in from out of frame, climbs the stairs, and so on, but it would never get the scale right. He'd be too big, usually be too big, and oh, thank you very much for Brentissimo Super Chat. It's been a pleasure finding your live shows, Bill. I want to spend some time with my family now, you coward. But I hope to catch your future live broadcasts. Thank you very much, Brentissimo. Good to see you. We're here usually Monday nights and Thursday nights at 6 Pacific, 9 Eastern. And you can check our Facebook page. We're usually here, but sometimes we have to move. So what I did in that particular prompt was I had the habitat, and the first frame of the animation was Jake standing in front of the door of the habitat. That told the engine how big Jake is going to be. And then I immediately said in the prompt, use the first frame as reference, immediately remove the man. Sometimes it meant he had to climb down the ladder, run out of frame. But on that last one, he had the good sense just to disappear. But that solves the scale problem. And just to show you what I was talking about with not weathering the model, will this work as an example? Yeah, like here's an example of the thing I just told you about. This one has Jake on the platform for scale, and the prompt was immediately remove the character. And so what it did was it had Jake run down, and then the correct Jake in the correct costume came up. So that got us this. But notice it's the exact same geometry on the hab module, but the weathering is less extreme. Plus the lighting is different. Hang on, YouTube. Oh, come on. Hang on a second, YouTube. So, I said get him off the platform, so one Jake goes down, the other Jake comes back. And you can see there's not nearly as much corrosion damage on this, because I get to decide. I get to decide if it looks like it's too much or too little. One of the things I decided was that it was actually underwater several times because the planet floods. I thought that might be interesting. And I'm going to just show you one more just to show you how different the lighting can be. This is a critical step. It may not seem critical, but it is. I'm going to show you one more test here. But the thing that really matters is that in all of these tests, the habitat looks exactly the same, and Jake looks exactly the same, and that is character consistency. So I'll start with a different start frame, which will have different lighting, pretty much the same. Yeah, that's cool. I'm not loving his jacket on that one. Let's see. Hang on. I'm real close here. Yeah, that'll work. Again, these aren't the best of the best. I'm just grabbing the ones that I can find easily. I might even do one more after this because I want to show you the lighting a little better. Hang on a second. So here's a third different third animation with different lighting and pretty much the same prompt. I'm not trying to do anything dramatic. I'm just trying to see what looks like it's ringing my bell. This one's obviously not a same aspect ratio, so it's a little. geometry holds, going up the ladder holds. Decals start to fade a little bit when you get closer. But I was looking, I think I did one that was in not exactly bright sunshine, but relatively bright. Hang on. Man, I got a lot of these. Now here's a case where I basically cut it loose and said, do your own cuts. Which gives you actually a much better idea of how the thing's going to feel. Although he's awful big there. And he doesn't climb the ladder. Hang on a sec. It'll be worth it. Okay, this will work. So I did not I did not make these cuts. The computer made the cuts. But it will give you a better idea of how a 12-second segment feels once it gets into the editing room. I'm generally speaking planning on doing what I would do before, and that is if I've got like 4 or 5 different angles, I would run all 4 or 5 different angles, and then I would cut them in the editing room. So here's one where the camera is making the cuts, not me, but it still, like I said, give you a much better idea of how these things feel. That door didn't open the right way. There's obviously a lot of reasons to reject this stuff, but let's see if I can do that again for our Twitch crowd in sync here. So there's an exterior, you got a traveling exterior, cut to a side angle, he goes up, cuts a close-up of the door, manages to work the handle, gets inside straight on angle, watch him close the door, and so on. So it's a lot more dynamic and a lot more cinematic, and it feels a lot more like a movie. One of the things I need to spend some time playing with is it is possible for me to be able to look at this and say, hey, see you later, Techie. I know I owe you some emails, buddy. I'm sorry. I'm getting there. So for now, as of now, what I would do is I would run that shot that you just saw in one take. I would do it all in the wide. And that would give me an idea of the timing. I would download that video and I would just scroll through the timeline and I would basically say, okay, so from 1 second to 6 seconds while he's walking towards the to the hab, stay on the wide shot. From 6 seconds to 8 seconds, close up of his gloves on the handles as they're going up. Then from 8 seconds to 11 seconds, high angle looking down on him as he's working the door, and then finally big close up on Jake as he opens the door and then closes it behind him, that kind of thing. So and that's not, we're not waiting for software for that. We're just waiting for me to have some playtime on it, so we can do that already. And then you get to things like once you get this thing shot, there's a lot of stuff you can do to make it look a lot more cinematic. One thing I did, I'd really like to show you this because it's my favorite thing ever. I took a bumpy ride home and I up-resed it. I up-resed it to 4K and then I shrunk it down to 1080. And it's only 2.5 minutes. I can't watch it enough. I'm going to play it for you right now. You can tell me if it looks better. I'm not going to run them both so you have anything to compare it to. But for those of you who've seen it before, I'm curious to know if you can tell if there's a difference. And if you haven't seen it before, got nothing to compare it to, well, then this will be your first time to see it. But this is, I can't tell you how much I love this little piece of work, honestly. it's I know for a certain fact that there are scores of things that I've done that are better than this, but this is my favorite thing ever. This is the favorite thing I've ever done. Maybe it's because it's come closest to this lifelong vision of mine of actual, like, science fiction, flying spaceships and stuff. Lots of times you see people get on spaceships and it's just they land and so on. So this is a bumpy ride home. It's not the first time it's been seen. The first version of it was done on October 22nd, but this one has been uh, eventually Roadrunner. Yes, I'm going to release all of this stuff when I get the colony's website and YouTube channel set up, and then I'm going to start promoting them because I'd like to start building an audience the way that Gossip Goblin has. So it's all part of the big master plan. But here you go for your viewing pleasure. It is. I just love it. Here it comes. Ready? All right, go to YouTube first. And I'm going to mute. You know what? I'm going to mute my mic first. Chances that I will forget to unmute it are excellent. Well, we'll just deal with that. All right. So where is my mic? Oh, here it is. Ready? All right. Here we go. That's just wicked. Hang on. Sorry. Yep, that's that. All right, hang on. Yeah, we're back. Up. Now we're back. All right, we're back. I love it. Just love it. Oh, Roadrunner says we could definitely see a difference. Good. That's glad to hear. Um, it's yeah, it's great. No, this music I think is from Scott. Um, there's a guy on YouTube who has uh, um, a channel. He's a tremendously talented musician, and he's got a channel on YouTube, and he lets you use all of his stuff, and it's just amazing. Crikey says it'd be great to hear the radio comms in the background too. Yeah. Um, Deef, that was on. Strangely enough, that was on Midjourney. But yeah, I'm just I love it. I love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. And I've had this from a bunch of people. P7 2017 says Sir Max touchdown is 385. I guess he means knots. Yeah. Um, Buck Rogers 1970 style would be fun. The thing that I get right, I think, without trying to wallow in my own crapulence, what I prompted for was, and this is something you don't see very often in other AI. What I prompted for was, I mean, Midjourney was just spitting out these cockpit views. I got the prompt really dialed in, and the stylization, and every image it rendered was usable. And so it was the same prompt for all of the different little animations, and the prompt was pilots entering the atmosphere of an alien planet in extreme turbulence. They scan their instruments carefully and maybe share a look with each other, something like that. Their expression is one of extreme attention and alertness without being afraid or nervous, something along those lines. And yeah, I could, as Roadrunner says, I could just use steely-eyed missile men re-entering the atmosphere and landing. But the reason I think that works is there are many times when the two pilots are just looking at each other, because they're getting bound up, shook up, and that's what pilots do when you're getting shook up. It's like everything seems to be okay. Yep, everything's cool. Just keep our eyes open. Let's not take anything for granted. And the turbulence helps an awful lot. Just adds a kinetic aspect to the whole thing that's just not there. And this is what I'm counting on. I'm counting on the real world experience that I have as a pilot and astronomer and student of military histories and stuff to get the details right that will separate it out from the crowd. That's the entire gamble right there. So we'll see. Ian Nolan, third time. All right, buddy, here we go. Bill, first, a bold new inspirational NASA quote from the recent Artemis mission. I have two versions of Outlook, and neither of them are working. Okay. Now on to the real question. With the A-10 earning a new nickname, the Sea Hog, I did not know that, over the Strait of Hormuz and defying retirement expectations once again, I'm completely on board with the case that the A-10 should be retired in favor of a new version of it with modernized battlefield intelligence and engines, but preserving the original toughness and original value proposition. Here's a link. There have been a lot of talks about an A-10. And it's a big, long text. It says, love letter to the ugliest, most important airplane America ever built. I'm a physics teacher, and so on. They've tried to retire the Warthog 7 times and not done it. And I'm just really, really skimming. This is a novel this person's written. This is really incredible detail. but the one thing that caught my eye was the titanium bathtub. Oh, there's some beautiful images here, AI images here, A10. Is this the Super A10? Yeah, that looks like a A10 Model 2. The Super Pig, Super Hog. John Pershing says the A10 just today got extended to 2030. I'm telling you, man, there are some airplanes that they get right, and not many, but some of them they got absolutely, positively correct. Just for fun, I'll come back to this. Let me finish this. And it should probably be given to the Marines and Army instead of the Air Force for ground support. It seems to consistently continue to outperform both Fat Amy and the drones. What do you think? Well, Fat Amy, the F-35, was assigned the close air support role because it needed to do it, but the F-35 is not. Nothing does what the A-10 does. The F-35 is too expensive to put there down low in the weeds, and it moves too fast. I'm not. I was once an F-35 complete opponent, but I've really seen a lot of seen the light on a lot of things that were always built into the F-35 that I'd not taken into account. The F-35, I think, is going to be really good at suppression of enemy air defenses. So the F-35s go in first. The F-35s take out all of the anti-aircraft assets with standoff range, and since the F-35 is relatively low visibility, they can get in there and from long range with Mavericks or further out take out the serious anti-air threats. But the F-35 nothing will be able to do what the A-10 does. The A-10 just hovers over a battlefield, and if it sees a guy, it just goes down and it strafes him. If there's a technical, one of these pickup trucks with a 50 cal mounted on the back, if there's a technical making a run for it, you have to ask yourself if it's worth risking the F-35. The A-10 the hog just goes over and it's done. Yeah, so I was just going to say, I'm trying to think of these classic airframes that that cannot be improved on. The B-52 is going to be 100 years old. The C-130 Hercules is going to be 100 years old. I think the A-10 is going to be 100 years old. 737 is the classic design. They've had some problems when they try to get a little clever with the MAX, but the 737 is the definitive jetliner. It's just can't improve on it. And nothing else comes to mind immediately. The Cessna 172 Skyhawk is an eternal airplane. But some of them are just they just can't be improved on. Roadrunner says, true story, I was stationed at the base where the Air Force was doing their acceptance testing of the brand new A-10s. One of the pilots told us that they'd finally solved the bird strike problem for the A-10. They were going to armor plate all trailing edges of the flight control. Yeah, it's a classic. I've many times told the story. I was flying over Palm Springs coming back to LA, and there's right there at what is that pass? I forget. That's where Morongo Casino is. And so there's mountains on both sides, and so all of this onshore breeze gets funneled into this Venturi, and that's where they put all of the windmills down there, because the wind coming onshore is steady and constant. And I was flying back to Santa Monica in a Sky Arrow, which cruises at about 80 or 90 knots, and I was facing like a 70 knot headwind. So I was doing about 25, 30 miles an hour over the ground. And I was in touch with the tower controller at Palm Springs, and he asked me for the aircraft type, and I told him, I told him that our plane didn't have an airspeed indicator, but it did have a calendar. And I also told him that he needs to be careful that I don't get passed by hot air balloons. But the one thing I did tell him was we just have a conversation. He was bored. I was kind of bored. I was just barely moving across the scope. Finally, I said to him, he said to me, he said, "All right, Forcer Alpha, I'm off for the ship to have a good flight home," and so on. I said, "Hey, thanks very much. What time you get back on duty again?" He said, "Back on tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock." I said, "I'll be here." And yeah. So I'm with you, man. Yeah. That's the old joke. It's like the A-10 or whatever is the only aircraft ever certified to survive a bird strike from the rear. I love that kind of stuff. Um, anyway, Ian, I think it's here to stay. I think they should improve it. Um, there's not really much you can do to improve it. It's already got so many redundant systems. You don't want it to go any faster. You could argue that it needs an avionics update, but I'm not entirely sure. The one update that they did to the A-10 has been in place for a long time now, and that's the helmet-mounted sights. So the pilot can turn his head and he can look at something and just click a button on his HOTAS, and it will put a marker there in 3D space. So he can just look at something, click, and it puts a marker there. So if he turns around and he comes around, that little thing where he saw, people scurrying around, that's it. Deep says build new airframes for it. Yeah. It's not hard to build, man. It's practically a home built. But I love the Hog. I love it. I love it. And in the Sims, it's really great because when you're doing an attack run with the guns, you got a gun sight, but you got two dots, and these dots represent the shortest round and the furthest round. Not going to be any sideways variation. This is where the shortest round is going to land, and that's where the longest round is going to land. And a tiny little tank in there. And as you get closer and closer and closer and closer, these dots converge, and when they're like pretty much touching, just and it goes away. But yeah, man, they're blowing these Iranian boats out of the water, and they can do it while they surround themselves with civilian vessels, because you don't want to let a Maverick loose or something if you've got a Iranian, patrol boat hiding behind a cruise ship or something. But with the gun, it's like, P7 says, what's the loiter time on a Warthog? Obviously, it depends on how far away the Hog has to fly. But generally speaking, I'm pretty sure most of their loiter time is measured in hours instead of minutes. The Sky Arrow had a loiter time that was measured in months. But I love that little airplane. Okay, I got Marusha again. Did we already do a Marusha? Let me see. No, we did not. Marusha Dark, Capital G Geek. We already did Eduardo. That's it. Okay. Sweet. Marusha Dark, topic, a Congress of Aliens. Second time asking. Recently, we've seen at least a dozen scientists working on propulsion tech die or go missing, including one who was working on anti-gravity tech. Related to that, we've recently seen a number of GOP politicians come out talking about UFOs and extraterrestrials. Matt Gaetz talked about being briefed on human-alien hybrid breeding programs. George Santos told Tim Pool he believes aliens are real but wasn't able to reveal anything divulged him in classified settings on the topic, only that those briefings changed his views on the matter. He seemed genuinely spooked even mentioning it. Anna Paulina Luna and J.D. Vance have also talked about the UFO phenomenon recently. Then there's Tim Burchett, who wins the award for the most boring, no-nonsense, deadpan, serious member of Congress if you've ever watched him speak. He said that if the public knew what he'd been briefed on the subject, it would keep people up at night. He went into more detail on Michael Knowles' show this week, saying that this information is placed in the hands of non-government contractors, making them immune to Freedom of Information Act requests and putting them above POTUS's classification level. Okay. Who decides, by the way, to read somebody into a program that's above the president's classification level? How does a program get a classification that is above the level of the President of the United States, who's Commander in Chief. That alone I find deeply suspicious. Burgess said he doesn't think it's human tech. Last week he briefed POTUS on all this, and then Trump announced at a TPUSA event how he directed Hegseth to begin releasing classified UFO documents. Kind of reminds me of how Rick Perry went from being the biggest skeptic of psychedelics to being the biggest champion of ibogaine, which he and Joe Rogan just got Trump to sign an EO expediting research on. I know your first response will likely to be to talk about the physics, but set that aside for the time being, since oftentimes we learn that something exists before knowing the how or why. What do you make of such statements, given that these are fairly serious people being briefed on stuff that you or I generally aren't privy to? Burchett also raised an interesting point that we need to tend or treat UFOs as a monolith, either all aliens, all natural, all dynamic, or all our own tech, when maybe more than one thing can be true at the same time. Yes, either all aliens, all natural, all demonic, or all our own tech. And I'll tell you which two of those are possible: all natural or all our own tech. Wow, where did I start with this? Okay. So a number of scientists have died working on anti-gravity tech. How I'm not asking you to describe the hardware. I'm just asking you what's the basic physics principle between anti-gravity tech. I could tell you that these dice lines in the colonies are based on the principle of quantum information holography, and that the evidence for a quantum level that communicates instantaneously with other entangled particles across the universe is proven in laboratories. We don't even know what gravity is. We know for a certain fact, however, and this is really important, we know for a certain fact that of the four forces, gravity is by orders of magnitude, orders and orders and orders of magnitude, the weakest of the four forces. If you have a little magnet, like one of the super thin little magnets, and you pick up a paper clip with this little magnet, that itty bitty little weak little piece of crap magnet is out pulling the gravity of the entire Earth. That's how much stronger magnetic attraction is than gravity attraction. So when you're dealing with a force that is that weak, of which we know essentially nothing, we found no gravitrons, we found no standard model has no particle that is responsible for it. There's a theoretical gravitron particle, but it's never been found. So when you talk about guys are working on anti-gravity tech, I just don't. Look, it lives. These flying saucers are claimed to exist in our world, and many people will claim that we've got some in hangars out in Nevada someplace. Well, if they live in our world, they have to follow our laws of physics, or at least they have to follow them to the degree that they can engineer around them. And so now you start to have asking questions, and so on. I've said this before, I'll say it again, it bears repeating. If I took this to somebody 100 years ago, right, they would not know what it is. The idea of a display screen in 1926 would still be a little bit in the future. TV might just be making its appearance in 25, 26, but the idea of a movable display instead of this being a solid printed thing, we wouldn't know what it was 100 years ago. If I gave this to somebody 50 years ago, and I let them plug it in, gave them a plugged in one, the best minds on the planet might be able to figure out that it was doing computation. Maybe. Yeah, 50 years ago? Yeah. 50 years ago, we've got computer graphics. So 50 years ago, there might have been a fundamental appreciation for what the device is. There's no way on earth they'd have the faintest idea of how to build one. But even 50 years ago, if you smashed an iPhone open, you would probably be able to discover under a microscope in 1975 that these were in fact integrated circuits, and a brief count of them might give you some idea of what the power of this is. Now, that's 50 to 100 years. 50 years ago, you might have some fundamental idea of what it was and theoretically how it worked. 100 years ago, it would be virtually, just the screen would be barely understandable through the finest engineering minds on the planet. And 200 years ago, it'd be outright magic. So the question then becomes not only what is the likelihood of there being other intelligences in space that are able to overcome all of the tremendous barriers to interstellar travel, what is the chance of them being within 50 or 100 years of our level of technology? Because I could give the iPhone to Benjamin Franklin and all of the finest minds of the late 1700s and say to them, I'm going to make this a crash program where the best scientists on planet Earth need to start working on this technology. And they would be able to accomplish nothing. They would get nowhere and nothing. The most that they could do to that device is break it. So this is my primary problem with the whole aliens thing, especially though we're working on anti-gravity tech and that profound, what's that guy who's on Rogan all the time, who said, oh no, we had the startup procedure for the anti-grav engines on the flying saucer. I mentioned this a couple months or years ago when it came up. Really? Yeah. Oh yeah. No, we started the engine up and we got the thing to hover. What was the startup procedure? Rogan leans in like, really? Oh yeah, we got it going. You got it going? Got it hovering? Yeah, it was hovering right there on the ground. And oh my God. And I'm just saying, okay, since you started it up and you got it to hover, please describe to me the checklist to start the reactor and the anti-grav on this device. He can't produce that. What he can produce is the controls are very strange. They're actually just smooth knobs that you apparently just touch with pressure, or all of this stuff that cannot, Lazar, all of this stuff that cannot be proven, he's very good at. Details on the actual ship and the lab he worked at. I can't wait to see it because I guarantee you that nowhere in that documentary will there ever be anything that is the equivalent of a checklist to start up a flying saucer. He will have all kinds of descriptions of things, and he'll have all kinds of sworn testimonies about what they saw it do, but there will be nothing about how much electricity had to be pumped into that thing or how much it produced. There won't be any measurement of the actual gravitational fields measurable in newtons. There won't be any kind of a graph of how the ship started weighing this. I'd be willing to bet you there's not a single figure in that documentary, not one, I'll bet you not one, that says how much that flying saucer weighs on the ground without anything happening. What does it weigh? Right? I bet you anything. I'll bet you anything. Lazar said the metallurgists knew more about the material than he did, but everything was compartmentalized, which makes sense since we do that with our own tech. It is also very, very convenient. Was it metal? There are, you understand, there is such a thing as the table of elements, that any element or any alloy has to be created from materials that have protons, neutrons, and electrons. There is no such thing as unobtainium. You could say the thing is made entirely out of iridium, let's say, because that's a real element. But what are we going to get on this? Well, Unfortunately, something that we could prove, I didn't have access to. But I do have lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of really detailed and consistent stories about what this thing did. And it was a metal, if I recall correctly. He said they knew it was element 115 before he got there. Moscovium. Atomic number 115 is a super heavy, highly radioactive synthetic element first created in 2003 by Russian and American scientists. So he said that it was element 115, which I have to admit sounds extremely convincing. It's element 115. But a long search on Google in terms of research says that moscovium, which is element 115, is a super heavy, highly radioactive synthetic element. So if they're walking around touching this thing that's made out of element 115, then they're all dead within the space of a few hours. And somehow that managed to escape, I'm sure, the narrative. And the reason I do this is to show you how simple it is for a person who really understands physics and the real world to blow holes in this kind of thing. It was element 115. Really, did it happen to be a dull gray metal? Yes, it was, in fact, a dull gray metal. Wow. Okay, well, it is highly radioactive. And I'm pretty sure I'm virtually positive that it's, yes. Oh, sorry. I should have read this first. My mistake. It has no industrial biological uses, serving only as a subject of scientific research with a half-life of mere milliseconds, although some isotopes last up to a half a second. So in other words, this material that it's made out of, element 115, you're the one who said it, not me, has a half-life on the high end of half a second, which means that once you build this thing in half a second, it essentially, through radioactive decay, reduces its mass by 50%. And then another half a second later, it reduces its mass by 50% again. And it goes on and on and on until the thing just evaporates. And for it to disappear out of sight would probably take, I don't know, 3-4 seconds, maybe something like that. You see how lazy this is and how poorly trained people are in terms of, yes, we're talking about UFOs, Coco Bunny, and how poorly trained they are at critical thinking. I'm sure that if he said this to Rogan would have gone, oh, wow. The ones that we made do at least. See, this is the problem, Marusha, and here's where you don't get to just walk away. You don't get to just say that they made a different kind of element 115. It's made out of atoms, and it's made out of protons, neutrons, and electrons. It doesn't matter what their engineering is. If he'd had any sense at all, he would have come in with something like it's made out of element 138 or something that is so far off the atomic chart that you could at least say that nobody knows anything about that. We don't think it's possible. But no, he comes in with element 115. Look, if it's made out of yogurt, it's made out of yogurt. If it's made out of moscovium, it's made out of moscovium. It's made out of steel, it's made out of steel. John Pershing says, but the aliens have an onboard psychic that uses his mind to stabilize the element, don't you know? Yeah. No, there's nothing that can be, I know you're joking, there's nothing that can stabilize radioactive decay. And much more to the point, why would you make a vehicle out of a material with a half-life of half a second? Wouldn't it have been just smarter to say titanium or transparent aluminum or dilithium or something? Wouldn't that make more sense? And the way Rogan leans into this, it's just really. Oh yeah, we started up the reactor. How? I don't think Air Techie's still here anymore. I think he's probably checked out. But Air Techie and a few other people here, if I asked Air Techie or a few of the other people that are here, how do you start a nuclear reactor? They would be able to tell you. They'll be able to tell you. in detail. And so I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that somebody said, I saw something that would make you have trouble sleeping at night. Um, okay. And as ridiculous as the uranium, as the element 115, we have this. Um, Matt Gaetz has talked about being briefed on human alien hybrid breeding programs. Um, he goes into more detail on the how on the most recent Joe Rogan Experience show, at least how much he knew. I'll look it up. I'll bet you it takes me 15 seconds to find a hole in this. Um, uh, Matt Gaetz is briefed on human alien hybrid breeding programs. I don't remember who said this. I do remember who said it. It was Carl Sagan. When Star Trek came out, and Sagan was writing in the 70s, so Star Trek had gone off the air. Sagan was bashing Star Trek, um, and Sagan said the idea that Mr. Spock could be half human and half Vulcan is less likely than it would be if you created a person who was half human and half dandelion, because at least we have some common DNA. We all have 4 base pairs. And Rough Ryan says, Bill, because I know very little enough about the vastness of outer space, I predict that aliens are actually multidimensional creatures working with the quantum realm in order to travel, if you could even call it that. Now, that I would buy. That I would buy. I would buy that. Somebody said to me that, I would say, well, this seems like where the forefront of our knowledge is now. But that's not what he's doing. Marisha says tritium is a radioactive form of hydrogen. Correct. And so is deuterium. So, tritium has a half-life of 12 to 13 years. That means you don't get a whole long time on your ship, but you get more than half a second. Deuterium is a stable isotope of hydrogen and doesn't have a half-life. In other words, deuterium is not shredding neutrons, and so deuterium is stable. It doesn't have a half-life. It stays here forever. You're kind of proving my point. This is how people are deceived. Look, Lazar is obviously a smart guy. The first time I heard him speak, I knew Lazar is a smart guy. Marisha says, so the version of element 115 that we made is probably a radioactive isotope, whereas there might be other versions in the same way you have deuterium versus tritium. Uranium-235 and uranium-237 are 2 isotopes of the same element, but that's why they have different numbers. There is no stable. Look, this special pleading is fine, but you'll notice, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you'll notice that Lazar did not say that it was made out of element 115, which had been specifically modified in order to avoid radioactive decay. He said it was made out of element 115, which is highly radioactive, because he thought it sounded good enough. And it was good enough for most people. So the question really, we're completely missing the point here. We're completely missing the point. Which is more likely, that alien species has the technology to travel between the stars, and yet its technology is something that we can reverse engineer and understand? which is more likely, that these aliens have found a way to stabilize radioactive moscovium, flown it to Earth, put it down, handed us the keys, and that we've been working on it? Or is it more likely that 2 or 3 people are looking for attention? Which one do you think is most likely? This is the thing that I will never, ever, ever, ever understand. This is the thing with the moon landing too. And that's why I came up with this analogy about, who won the Super Bowl, right? So, if I say to you that the New England Patriots won the last Super Bowl, right? If that's what I say, that the final drive of the game, the New England Patriots actually threw for a touchdown and won the Super Bowl, you would say no. The Seahawks won the Super Bowl. And I would say, well, I have a guy who was at the stadium. He was actually at the Super Bowl, and he saw that the Patriots won the Super Bowl. And what they broadcast to the rest of the country was a pre-recorded fake. What would you say to that? You would say, well, that doesn't really make much sense, because not only are there a lot of problems with that, but there were a lot of other people at the Super Bowl who saw that the Seahawks won the Super Bowl. What if I told you that the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks agreed that the Patriots won the Super Bowl? In fact, and let's not say I'm lying. Let's say that I could produce the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks who could pass a lie detector test saying that the Patriots won the last Super Bowl. What has the most weight? That guy's testimony, or the testimony of the 100,000 people who were in the stadium, plus all of the millions of people that were watching on TV? Which one weighs more? Well, he's the head coach. Yeah, he is. He's the most credible. He's probably the most credible witness you can find. He's the head coach of the other team. He's not claiming his team won. He's claiming his team lost. Great. Which one do you think is more true? Which one do you think is more true? I think it's more true that if the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks came out and said that the Patriots won the Super Bowl, he was either pranking me, trying to get money out of me, batshit crazy, or any combination of those three. Eric says, don't forget the aliens who could travel across the stars but completely miss that Earth is 70% what kills them. Yeah, so. Marusha says, if he passed a lie detector test, I'd be curious to know how and why he was able to do that. Now we're on the same team. Yes, that would be interesting. Be very interesting. A lot of this stuff is very interesting. A lot of this stuff is difficult to explain. Some of it, as seen, is virtually impossible to explain. But which is more likely? And not only is this Occam's razor, it's just, I'll never understand. Well, I do understand it. I understand it because people want to believe in it. Joe Rogan wants to believe in all this stuff. Joe Rogan wants to believe that the pyramids go down for, what is it? 2,000, 3,000 feet? 2 or 3 Empire State Buildings, that they're all built on stilts that go down into this level. Now, that at least is theoretically possible. At least it's theoretically possible. I think it's exceedingly unlikely, but it's theoretically possible. And you get into the Younger Dryad theory and all the rest. I give it a 3 or 4% chance off the top of my head. But this other stuff is so unlikely as to just. And by the way, if you can navigate between the stars, and you can and you can travel through space-time at speeds faster than light, and you have absolute control of gravity, how the hell do you crash into the side of a mountain? How does that happen? How is it that a race, presumably with AI systems that are beyond our, I mean, just the computers necessary to control the flight equipment, assuming you had all of these magical physics devices, how do you fly that into a mountain? That seemed a little odd to you? Seemed odd to me, I remember. It seemed really odd to me that they would make the same kind of mistake that a guy who just soloed would be. And they either want to make their presence known or they don't. And this kind of have it both ways kind of thing just doesn't pass any, it just doesn't pass any reasonable logic tests. So I'm going with the most likely case. Now look, if it turns out that Bob Lazar is right, I think I can say with confidence that there are very few people, not no people, but very few people who would be more excited and pleased to find out that I was wrong. Really. But honestly, Fat Sausage says, look up atomic absorption spectroscopy, Bill. It agrees with Lazar. Well, here's the problem, Fart Sausage. You can absorb the neutrons and shield yourself from it. What you can't do is you can't stop the vehicle from becoming half as much as it was a half a second ago. These are, I mean, really, it's really just a question which one. And whenever I get the people who say things like, well, this guy really convinced me because, he sure seemed to believe it. Okay, there's some excellent liars out there. And in fairness, it's entirely possible they believe it. Those are the best. They're not even liars. If you are saying something that is inaccurate, but you 100% believe it's true, that's not lying. Eric says, as I recall, Caslin says, doesn't seem odd to me at all until we know exactly how their craft would work. We literally can't have any idea of why or how likely they would be to crash. I'm just trying to think of an analogy for this. Here's another great example. I love this example. Perfect. So here's Marusha sticking to his guns. Lazar said that when they tried touching it while powered on, there was something like a repelling force that prevented them from making physical contact, sort of like putting two pole magnets together. Great. How strong was the force in terms of newtons? How strong was it? Did it increase exponentially as you got closer to the object? If you've got 50 years to study something, seems to me like you could take a spring-loaded scale, same kind of things that they use to weigh fish on, and be able to measure just exactly how much force that thing was putting out. And furthermore, if that thing was putting out some sort of a force that prevented people from making physical contact, then it would have to be something measurable. If it's real, it's something measurable. So, was it deterred by smoke? If you were to, it increased as you got closer. Sounds really impressive. So, my first thought would be, does light bend when it goes through it? Because if it's making the air denser, then that should cause a refraction effect. You should see a shimmering around it. If it's anything that's creating increased density, then that would have a refraction index. So if they shot a laser beam close to the surface of this thing, did the laser beam bend or did it not bend? Either one of those is going to tell you something. How much force was applied? It's always something convenient, like we tried to touch it, but as we tried to push against it, it created more and more resistance. Wow, that sounds like a force field, Bob. How strong was the force field, Bob? How much force did you apply to the force field? I want to know in foot-pounds. How many foot-pounds of pressure did you in your laboratory put onto that field? You must have had a chance to get some kind of reading where a hydraulic press was able to exert 1,300 foot-pounds of pressure onto this thing and still not touch the surface. What was the number? What was the measurement? What was the measurement? These are fundamental scientific questions that anybody who has any kind of a scientific background, I'm not a professional scientist, but if I've got one of these things, that's the first thing I'm going to do. Ooh, I try to touch it, and the closer I try, the harder I try, the more it pushes back. How much is it pushing back? How many foot-pounds? Is it a linear pushback? Is it an exponential pushback? Is it an asymptotic pushback? Is it pushing back against everything? Does it push back against light? Does it push back against vapor or smoke? What does it push back against? How is it measurable? The fact that nobody asks him these questions is saying that he has made a career of how freaking poorly people have been trained to think critically. Grelber over there says, refraction for sure. You can eyeball a very small change in air density. If you go on a jet airplane, if you get on a jet airplane and you look very carefully, kind of need more or less correct lighting position conditions, but it's not that hard to see. If you're sitting more or less even with the wing and you look very closely at the leading edge of the wing, you will see refraction because the air pressure on the leading edge of the wing is right on the chord of the leading edge of the wing is actually very high. And so it is making the air thicker and you can see refraction through it. I'm sorry, Dave Woodard says, put pounds measures torque, not force. I meant to say PSI. Of course, I knew there was something kind of wrong with that. Yes, foot-pounds is torque. PSI is what I wanted, pounds per square inch. Thank you for correction. Here's some other questions I would ask Bob Lazar. Tell me about the interior volume of this ship. In other words, if you walked inside this saucer, how much of the interior of this saucer was open space? And the reason I'm asking is, how much room was there in the saucer for mechanical systems of some kind? Right? Tell me about the instrumentation. Tell me about the instrumentation. Did you see the instrument panel? Yes, I did. How did you know it was an instrument panel? How did you know? If I showed this to the brightest scientific minds in 1800 and I asked them what this is, how many of them do you think would say camera? How many of them do you think would say telephone? They don't have telephones 200 years ago. Speaking of the interior, they went into great detail about the interior having this very strange lighting phenomenon that they independently reversed engineered for this documentary. So if I go, have I watched any of his videos? Yes, I've watched his videos and I've listened to him and I've watched, and you don't have to go into caps, man. He said they threw a golf ball at it and it busted a ceiling tile. These are not scientists, sausage. If they're scientists, and Lazar claims to be a scientist, they've been claiming to study this for 30, 40, 50 years, and I am trying to understand how this machine works. I'm going to grant him that he's got an actual flying saucer. So after 50 years, the greatest minds on Earth trying to reverse engineer this vehicle have come up with the test, and the test is we threw a golf ball at it, and it bounced off it, and it broke the ceiling. That's it? That's your answer? That's your evidence? Yeah. Yeah, we tossed a golf ball at it and it shattered a ceiling tile. Does that sound like a scientist to you? Because that to me sounds like a guy who is just telling a story. Yeah, it bounced off a ceiling tile. That's not a scientist. This is not a scientific argument. They are claiming, I'm going to grant him his premise. He's got an actual, honest to God, alien technology, UFO in a hangar in Nevada, and he and a bunch of people have been studying it for 50 years. And the most data we can get off of this is that it's got something that when you touch it, it feels funny. And we threw a golf ball at it and it went doink and broke a ceiling tile. I really don't know what to say. Marusha says he wasn't studying it for 40 years. He was only there at the S4 lab for 6 months. Well, I've been doing this show for 2 hours and 42 minutes, of which about, let's say 30 minutes we've been talking about this subject. And in the 30 minutes that I've been talking about this subject, I've already come up with 5 or 6 tests that would add significant data to something. It would give you something. And not only would it add data, I could actually measure it. I could measure the angle of refraction. I could measure the amount of force that this repelling thing was done. I could provide a checklist for how the reactor started out. I could do all of these things. And I've been working the problem for 30 minutes, Marusha. 30 minutes. And I'm not a professional scientist or an engineer. I just play one on TV. It's the exact same thing with the moon landing people. One of the things, and it's one of the first things I went after, you could never go to the moon because it's impossible to survive the passage through the Van Allen radiation belts. Now, that's actually an interesting argument because that is, in fact, a potential deal breaker. That's an interesting argument because, unlike all the rest of this stuff, if it's impossible to get through the Van Allen radiation belts, that would be good evidence that we didn't go. So the person says you could never, ever survive passage through the Van Allen radiation belts. And I say, okay, how much radiation does it take to kill a human? Forget the Van Allen belts. How much radiation do you have to take in order to kill a person? Just give it to me in sieverts, or you can give it to me in rem, or you can give it to me in Roentgen. I don't care. Just give me a number. They don't even know how much it would take to kill a person. And they don't know how much radiation the Van Allen belts actually radiate. But I do. But Bill, a technical person hasn't asked him those kind of questions on camera. We don't know he couldn't answer them. Let's say I'm Bob Lazar. Okay? Let's say I'm Bob Lazar. And let's say that I am going to be on the Joe Rogan show, and my job is to convince skeptical scientists and engineers that I actually have what I actually have, which is an actual flying saucer. What would I do? I would get on the Joe Rogan show, and I would say the vehicle has a field of a type that we are not able to identify in terms of its composition. But since it is in fact a field, we were able to measure just how strong it is. And the answer is, we went to 5,000 psi, and that only advanced by 0.6 of a centimeter. 0.6 of a centimeter at 6,000 psi. We started 1 centimeter away And as we added 6,000 psi, we only got 6/10 of the way there. And every time we tried to increase the psi by a factor of 2, we got more and more pushback. The vehicle is 16.2 meters in diameter, 14.8 meters off the ground, and its dead weight on the surface is 3,924 kilograms. Now, Bob said that when they looked at the machinery, they found a very interesting lighting situation that they were able to reverse engineer. If you asked me about the interior engine compartment on an F-15, what does the engines on this magic flying jet look like, Bill? Were you able to see inside the engine compartment? I was. What did you see? Well, we opened the access panel, and what we found was there was a really weird light in there. Weird enough that you can reproduce it? Yeah, I can reproduce the light in there. So if I want to prove to you if I want to prove to a 17th century, 19th century scientist, and I want to explain to him how this vehicle works, because I understand how the vehicle works, at least the basics of it. And he asked me about what the power plant is like, and asked me, were you able to get a look at the power plant? And I said, yes, I was able to get a look at the power plant. I was able to remove a couple of screws that allowed me to remove the cover from one of the engines on the F-15, and I was able to look directly at the power plant. What did you see, Bill? I saw a strange light in there. Anything else? The light was really, really strange, man. I don't think I've ever seen light behave like that anywhere else. Oh, that strange behavior of light may be due to anti-gravity fields that are surrounding the vehicle. I mean, we don't understand what the vehicle is. But when you say you opened the engine compartment and the first thing you tell me is that the lighting was really strange, I have to start asking, is that all you got? My response to the F-15 question would be, when I opened the compartment, I was only able to see part of it because it's fairly long, but we could examine it from the back end. It is essentially a tube with an external diameter at the exit point of 2.8 meters. Tapering. Inside, we were able to see a significant number of what appeared to be small pieces of tubing and piping. The material was very solid. We took a sample of the material. It appears to be steel, but it is a very high temperature steel that we finely melted at 3,000 degrees centigrade, and we currently can't build steel past 1,000 degrees centigrade. As we continue down the length of this thing, we were able to see where some areas seem to be of a different construction, feed lines seem to be coming, all of that. I could give you all of that. And just walking around an F-15 without any controls whatsoever, I would be able to describe to you, there is an intake at the front that is very cleverly and very clearly aerodynamically constructed in such a way to accelerate the air into that. We know enough about aerodynamics to know that. We are able to see turbine blades, and there are 22 of them, and they are 26 inches long. And beyond that, we couldn't see much. On the back end, we saw something that also looked like a turbine, but a very much smaller one with a much smaller and fewer vanes that were much smaller. I could just go on and on and on and on and on. Mirsha says, it's something like the shape of the interior, basically 8 up spotlights, making it abnormally dark. Mirsha, I'm just curious here. Why would you put lights in a maintenance section that made it impossible to work on what you're working on? Why would you take the inside of your machinery and put a device in there that de-illuminated it? I, why would your why would the light in your mechanical bay? Fart Sausage says he described the mechanicals. Cut and paste one of his descriptions if you have it handy. I'd love to read it. I'd love to read it. I haven't heard him say anything that even approximates this. Everything that he and everyone that he talks to are people who want to believe. Marusha says, why does Amazon have lightless warehouses? They have lightless warehouses, Marusha, because they have robots that don't require light. But that doesn't mean that they go to the trouble to install in their warehouses devices that eat light up. My point about acknowledging a phenomenon exists without knowing how or why it works. This is all special pleading. This is all special pleading. This is you determined to have this thing, and every time anybody can come up with any sort of fundamental, I mean really high school level objections, you constantly got to have a, he described what was physically there. Well, what was it, Fart Sausage? What did he describe? Let me see if I can find a block quote here. Bob Lazar description of UFO mechanisms. That's this. That's the thing here. Bob Lazar describes the UFO propulsion mechanism as a gravity A-wave system. Oh, the A-wave system. Okay, that manipulates space-time using a stable, super heavy element. How? According to Lazar, these crafts, specifically the sport model he claimed to have worked on, probably got the racing stripes on it, do not use traditional fuel or engines, but rather create their own gravitational fields to lift and propel the vehicle. The video shows a 3D model of the craft and its interior as described by Bob Lazar. Core components of the mechanism. Lazar's description of the UFO's technical workings involves several key components. Element 115, unobtainium it calls it, it's actually mosconium. This is the fuel source which Lazar claims is bombarded with protons in a small reactor, causing it to decay into element 116. This process releases antimatter, okay, which is then reacted with matter to produce 100% efficient energy. Okay. Central reactor. The reactor is located in the center of the craft's top level. Useful. It produces a gravity A wave, a type of gravity wave that is amplified to allow the craft to fly. Gravity emitters. The amplified gravity wave is piped into 3, or sometimes described as more, cylindrical emitters located at the bottom of the craft. Waveguides and amplifiers. The system focuses and directs the gravitational waves to distort space-time, allowing the craft to move instantly from one point to another or to hover. Element 115 Element 115, or moscovium, is a highly radioactive synthetic element that decays in milliseconds to seconds, predominantly through alpha decay, into isotopes of nihonium, which is element 113, not 116. I don't think you can decay to a higher element. 100% sure about that, but that seems almost certain. Key isotopes produced, such as moscovium-288, these are isotopes, decay into nihonium-284, which subsequently continues to decay. So here's the decay chain for element 115. It doesn't decay into element 116, it decays into element 113, and it doesn't emit antimatter because antimatter does not exist in this world, the antimatter in this world, vanished seconds after the Big Bang. If there were any antimatter left in the world, it would have been gone a long time ago, but it certainly doesn't come from matter. Matter does not decay into antimatter. This is fundamental physics. Fundamental. It sounds good, but matter does not decay into antimatter. You can create antimatter, but it requires an awful lot of energy to do it. And with all the energy we've used on it, we have created milligrams of this stuff in a lab. Yes, TBA says, yeah, you're not going to decay into something having more protons. So that statement alone, you say he describes the mechanism. The mechanism he is describing is that an element is decaying into a higher atomic number by shedding neutrons. It's gibberish. Let's see what else we got, because this is fascinating. Okay, so that's the power source. It produces 100% efficient energy. How does he know, and how is it maintained? If you're going to contain antimatter, the only way to contain it is in a magnetic field. So since he knows how it works, how strong is the magnetic field? What is it in Gauss? How many atmospheres of a matter-antimatter reaction is so energetic that magnetic bottle required to hold it is so many times more powerful than one for a fusion reaction. Okay, how strong is the containment? What does the containment look like? Where was the containment? How much antimatter? Doesn't matter. The central reactor is located in the center of the craft's top level. This is like being asked to write a paper on Shakespeare and starting by saying, Hamlet is a play written by William Shakespeare. It produces a gravity A wave, a type of gravity wave that is amplified to allow the craft to fly. Now here's where you guys cannot wiggle out of this. Your defense of Lazar is that we don't have the faintest idea how this works. But you're also saying that Lazar does understand how it works and that we're reverse engineering it, so you can't have it both ways. 115 plus many more neutrons is the stable isotope. 113 is a loss of a number of neutrons. Decay, fart sausage, means shedding neutrons. This is a synopsis of Lazar's words with no editorializing. 115 unobtainium is the fuel source which Lazar claims is bombarded with protons in a small reactor, causing it to decay into element 116. He doesn't say it accumulates into 116. He says it decays. That's what radioactive materials do. Central reactor is located in the center of the ship. Good to know. Produces a gravity A wave, which means nothing. It produces a hyperflonic nozzle beam, which is moderated by rectated annuators to create a vortex of positrons, that you might as well be working for the next generation. Gravity emitters. The amplified gravity wave is piped to 3 or sometimes more cylindrical emitters located at the bottom of a craft. Okay, so this craft flies by neutralizing the Earth's gravity. I've already said that a little magnet will pick up a paperclip and outpull the matter of the planet Earth, which is a pretty big planet. These gravity emitters it's interesting. Why doesn't he say why doesn't he say gravity negators? A gravity emitter emits gravity, right? Gravity emitters. The amplified gravity wave is piped to 3 or sometimes more cylindrical emitters located at the bottom of the craft. So you've got 3 gravity emitters that are emitting gravity, which means that when you turn this thing on, the saucer is going to head for the center of the Earth, right? Because the Earth's gravity is pulling on it, and the gravity emitters that are creating more gravity are pulling it even harder, right? Gravity emitters. Waveguides and amplifiers. System focuses and directs the gravitational waves to distort space-time, allowing the craft to move instantly from one point to another or hover. So theoretically, he says he's not sure what the force is. You got an answer for everything, but you got an answer for nothing. All of these inherent contradictions you have an explanation for, and your explanation for it is Bob Lazar doesn't really know about this stuff. So when he says it's a gravity emitter, when it turns out it can't be, then that's Bob not knowing enough about it. But Bob does know enough about it to know that it's emitting A waves and that he's powered it up and all the rest of this stuff. Propulsion and flight characteristics, bending space-time. Instead of moving through space, Lazar claims the craft distorts the fabric of space-time in front of it, pulling that space towards the craft, which allows for near instantaneous travel. Okay. So, at any point when this thing is flying, has he described that as the thing moves through the air, since space-time is less dense in front of the craft, has he ever explained how all the air or dust rushes into the area directly in front of the craft? Has that ever brought that up or anything? Has he ever measured this force? No inertia gravity control. Because the craft creates its own gravity field, passengers do not experience acceleration forces, allowing them to make sharp right-angle turns. Where does that momentum go? Fart Sausage shouts, a force that creates a small black hole, repels matter, freezes a flame inside it. You can't see the craft at certain angles. So a black hole is not just a term. A black hole is a thing. A black hole is an area where the field of gravity is strong enough so that light cannot escape it. This is called the Schwarzschild radius. If the Earth were crushed down to a black hole, the whole Earth, we took the whole Earth, how dense would it have to be for the gravity of the Earth to create a black hole? And the answer is about 9 millimeters. If you took the Earth and shrunk it that big, you would have a black hole. So the way that this thing defies gravity is by carrying around the heaviest substance known to man. Operating modes. Oh, in the Omicron configuration. The Omicron configuration. I see. used for travel near the ground where the emitters are focused downward, causing the craft to hover. Focused downward. Okay, this is the Omicron mode. I'm not talking about the Delta configuration. I'm talking about the Omicron configuration, where the gravity emitters are forcing it downward so that it can hover. This sounds like a rocket, right? If I want to hover with a rocket, I point the rocket down. So, the emitters are focused downward in Omicron configuration, causing the craft to hover. But in the Delta configuration used for interstellar travel, where the emitters are focused on a distant point, effectively contracting space to move. In the Omicron configuration, to travel near the ground, the emitters are pointing down. The emitters are pointing down. But in the Delta configuration used for interstellar travel, where you want to go, the emitters are focused on a distant point. The emitters are focused on a distant point. So these emitters repel the ground in one form, but they attract something in a different form. So why are they called emitters? If they're used for interstellar travel, where the emitters are focused on a different point, effectively contracting space to move, wouldn't, in the Delta configuration, wouldn't these then become the attractors? The attractors are focused on a distant point, effectively contracting space to move? Wouldn't, and just checking Bob's math here 1 second. He said Omicron and Delta, right? Sliding on a wave where mass is canceled in front. So, here's a list of the Greek alphabet: alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon, zeta, eta, theta, iota, kappa, lambda, mu, nu, xi, or z, and omicron. There's also pi, rho, and sigma. Now, in the Omicron configuration, the emitters are pointing forward, but in the Delta configuration, they're pointing downward. Since the aliens didn't name them Delta and Omicron, then what are the states between Alpha and Delta, and then what are the states between Epsilon and Omicron? Because if this is only a two-state system, you would assume that you would call this the Alpha configuration and then the Beta configuration. But that sounds a little bit too mundane. So, since it's the Delta configuration and the Omicron configuration, what configuration states exist between Delta and Omicron? What's the epsilon, zeta, eta, theta, iota, kappa, lambda, mu, nu, and z configurations? Unless you just pulled them out of the air for some reason, because you like the sound of them. Yeah, Bill's doing serious work now. Bill's doing serious work. He's actually exercising his brain a little bit. Where does the momentum go? Good question. You're asking how it's possible for something to violate conservation of momentum to someone who's merely saying, I don't know how or why, I just know for a fact I saw something violate our known laws of momentum. Like Ben Franklin saying, I don't know how a plane flies, I just saw a metal craft in the sky. Yes, but if you are talking about something that is using mass and matter and all the rest of the stuff to propel itself, then it's going to affect other things around it. And by the way, Ben Franklin, Ben Franklin could understand how an airplane works. I could sit with Ben Franklin, and in 3 minutes, I would have Ben Franklin completely up to speed on how an airplane works. And I don't think Ben Franklin would ever occur to say something, I don't know how a plane flies, I just know I saw a metal craft in the sky. Well, you know what else Ben Franklin saw in the sky? A kite. And he knows how a kite works. The fun part here, the fun part is not Bob Lazar's explanation. The fun part is watching you guys bend over backwards to evade logical contradictions, logical or obvious omissions that come from the mouth of the prophet himself. That's what's fun. That's what's interesting to me, is the psychology of people who will not accept any evidence whatsoever that violates what they want to believe in. That is the thing that is fascinating to me, is how much trouble you guys will go to, to believe in something which has such obvious, blatant, insurmountable inconsistencies as this. I'm a big fan of The Amazing Randy. Some of you know who that is, some of you don't. The Amazing Randy was I think the term he would apply to himself is a skeptic. And The Amazing Randy investigated and discredited any number of psychic claims, including this kind of pseudoscience. And The Amazing Randy, I think it was a $100,000 bet. He had a $100,000 bet that he would pay $100,000 to anybody who could fool him. And here's what's fascinating about that bet. It's not that nobody ever beat him. It's that the people who were claiming these powers would talk to engineers, they would talk to scientists, they would talk to anybody, but the only people that those people would not talk to were The Amazing Randy, because The Amazing Randy was a magician. That's why nobody would talk to James Randi, because you can fool an engineer and you can fool a scientist and you can fool some really smart people, but Randy knew where the wires were. No, he's not still alive. I'm virtually positive he's not still alive. And that is fascinating to me. Absolutely fascinating that they would take on. Would you be willing to do this in front of a team of sites? 100%, yes, absolutely, be happy to. Would you be willing to do this in front of a professional illusionist and magician? No, I don't think so. Fart Sausage says, so you believe in angels and demons? What's that got to do with anything? What on earth does that have to do at all with whether or not Bob Lazar's got a UFO out in Nevada desert? Why would you go there? What's the connection? I'm not talking about angels and demons. We're talking about flying saucers. I think we got one left. Where'd it go? I will say this. When you challenge me to read his descriptions of the mechanisms, I knew it was going to be weak, but I didn't think it was going to be that weak. Hang on. Physicist Bob Lazar, who exposed Area 51, explains how element 115 used as UFO fuel. I swear I'm going to just stop after this one. This is Lazar in his own words. In his initial TV interviews with George Knapp back in 1989, Bob first discussed element 115 and how it was used in the propulsion system of the alien craft hidden at the S4 facility. He never denied or confirmed if aliens had given them element 115, but he told that they had 500 pounds for reverse engineering purposes, which means they had 500 pounds of element 115 for half a second, after which time they had 250 pounds. And 1 full second later, they didn't have 500 pounds, they had 125 pounds. 2 seconds later, they had a quarter of that. And you get the idea. It's a super heavy element, Lazar once told Larry King. It's a unique element. When it's exposed to radiation, it produces its own gravitational field. We can prove this in, you know why Lazar picked element 115? I'll tell you why. He picked element 115 because, number one, it's practically non-existent, rare. But because you could take tomorrow in a lab, if I had the money in a lab, I could take moscovium element 115, bombard it with radiation, have the whole instrumentation set on a very delicate scale, and if I bombarded element 115 with radiation, I could determine, and again, I've been working this problem for 45 minutes now? I could determine instantly whether or not element 115 produces its own anti-gravitational field. That's what's used to lift and propel the craft. I could find this out in no time. In no time. The UFO fuel is stable and did not decay, according to Lazar. He didn't say how. He said that the fuel creates gravity waves to propel the UFO. It's a convenient explanation. Remember, you can't have it both ways. You can't say that Lazar doesn't understand why the element doesn't decay and at the same time say he's an expert on how this craft works. Bob Lazar further explained in his interviews that bombarding element 115 with protons leads to creating element 116, livermorium, which immediately decays and produces antimatter. Very simple to test in any laboratory. The antimatter collides with normal particles, creating a massive energy burst, which can be used for propulsion. How? A nuclear bomb is a massive energy burst. It's quite likely element 115 could also be the famed exotic matter that is needed to create transversible wormholes that physicists such as Dr. Kip Thorne and Carl Sagan have speculated, and that was the subject of a recently leaked Defense Intelligence reference document called Traversable Wormhole Stargates and Negative Energy. Okay. It works for people who don't understand physics. Marusha, once again, is arguing to his very best ability to try and have it both ways. Carbon is a classic example of an element with both stable and unstable, in other words, radioactive elements. Carbon-12 and carbon-13 are stable, existing naturally without decay. In contrast, carbon-14 is unstable and radioactive, with 6 protons and 8 neutrons, making it decay over time into nitrogen-14, which I know because I worked as a lab assistant at Beta Analytic, where we did carbon-14 dating. Now, the reason that carbon-12 and carbon-14 are not both called carbon-X is because they're both different isotopes of carbon. So, if Lazar is claiming that he's got an isotope of moscovium that doesn't decay, he needs to give the atomic number. Why doesn't he give the atomic number? There's a difference. Uranium-235 and uranium-237 are both uranium, but the reason we call one 235 and one 237 is because they're different isotopes. And that's the difference between nuclear fuel and not nuclear fuel. So either all of our standard model of physics are completely off, or Bob Lazar is lying. There's a way to prove this in a laboratory, and it would be worth it just for the fun of it. But again, see, this is why he would never survive the Amazing Randy. I was just gonna see, this is how it works. Here's what I was about to do. I was about to ask, what is the cost of 1 gram of element 115? What's the cost of 1 gram of moscovium? But before I even asked, I realized it was pointless to ask. Do you know why? Because 1 gram of element 115 becomes half a gram in half a second, and it becomes a quarter of a gram in a full second. So it is impossible to experimentally test. If Bob Lazar was a better liar, he would have said it uses element 115 for its energy source. And here's the thing that has us absolutely gobsmacked. This highly radioactive element is not decaying. We can't tell whether it's decaying into isotopes or not, but it is not decaying. And furthermore, it's not decaying when the power supply is off. That'd be a better liar. Just evaporate. It'd be like, it's like watching, it would sublimate like dry ice. Okay, well, I actually had a good time. This was really fun. I used to have this problem politically, too, when I was started doing political commentary. I used to think, man, what happens if I go out there on a speaking event and I run into the liberal Goliath, you know? What happens when I run into the liberal who knows more about these things than I do? I don't want to let down the team. And after many years of expecting these kind of gotcha questions that I had no answer for, I realized that the reason I haven't run into the liberal Goliath with the answer to all these questions that are better than my answers is because he doesn't exist. And the reason he doesn't exist is because his philosophy is not as in tune with reality as mine is, and so you get all of these special pleadings and all the rest of it. Last one, capital G. Greetings from the swamps of Northern Virginia. From last week, you were discussing atmospheric pressures and breathing. NASA originally used a pure oxygen atmosphere at 5 psi. That's equivalent to 28,000 feet in terms of total oxygen delivered. Before the fire, you wouldn't need to change the pressure of the HABs as much, change the O2 concentration. That would be significantly simpler structurally since there wouldn't need to be a pressure gradient. Oxygen concentrators are common medical devices, and it would be a simple addition to enhance indoor air. Love it. Love it. That's science. Yes, that's a great, simple, perfect solution. You don't even need an oxygen bottle. My sister, I'm sorry to say, was misdiagnosed for many years as a small girl with pneumonia when she in fact had a degenerative lung disease, and she probably has 10 to 15% of her lung capacity now, and it's not coming back. Um, we went up to Big Bear to take my nephew up into the snow, and in order to do that, we had to get Melanie um, oxygen. And we used an oxygen concentrator, which basically doesn't use a pressure bottle. It's simply it simply essentially collects the oxygen. I don't know what it does with the nitrogen, but basically, yeah, it just sits in your room, turns on. So there's something that's perfect. That's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. You've got something in your room that's something the equivalent of a air humidifier or dehumidifier, and you just crank up the O2 level. They would still get sick though, but you're right. You wouldn't have to worry about the structural problem. They would still be uncomfortable with the increase in oxygen because that's what causes hypoxia or hyperpoxia, I guess is the other. Um, but man, I'll tell you what, answered my own question. There have been many times when I thought, man, I'd love to have an oxygen concentrator in here or have just oxygen just to get the energy boost. But the problem is that people who use these things continuously become, I don't think addicted is exactly, dependent is a better word on it, and it's not something I really want to do. So, okay. Well, I'll tell you what. This was the most fun I've had in a long, long time. Um, really, really, genuinely, truly was a great deal of fun for me. Um, and for those of you who are on the fence on this, uh, and who are fans of the colonies, um, I'm hoping that you appreciate the level of critical thinking that goes into every aspect of this show, and that um, and that we are not we're not doing anything lazy. There are things we might have missed, but but um, if we miss them, we incorporate them, and if they make sense, and we don't just open a door and assume that that's okay. Now, I get it, Castellan, and Castellan says note that I've never once said I believe Bob Lazar. No, you just like arguing like I do. It's fun. It's fun. Um, uh, and but I just um, yeah. Hang on, let me just see this last thing. Close this out here. Mercer's talking about. He talked about it in 1989. I saw if you ever saw the movie The Gods Must Be Crazy. I did. You have a guy drop a glass bottle onto a remote tribe who doesn't even know what glass is, let alone how to make it. It'd be like describing plastic from a sample given to you before knowing how to make it yourself. Yeah. So, uh, yeah, but they didn't ask the tribesmen to make a glass bottle. And Mercer says, Bill, I know you want to see me as a Lazar superfan, but I would love more than anyone to see you or Eric Weinstein and someone with technological knowledge actually get to ask him these questions to your heart's content, because I want to know the answers too. Well, thank you. Well said. I'm not angry. I enjoy doing this. Um, it goes a long way. I think your question, if you really think about it, Marisha, if you really think about it, I think that Bob Lazar has one genuine skill, and he has the same genuine skill that most people in his profession have. He knows his audience, and I suspect that the reason that Bob has never had to answer these questions with physicists or aerodynamicists, metallurgists, any of them, is because he knows who to be interviewed by and who not to be interviewed by. And and I think that's what he's really, really, really good at. I think like most of these people, he knows who. It's not even a question. Joe Rogan, I got mixed feelings about Joe, um, but um, but I wouldn't say he's a crazy bright guy or a crazy well educated guy. He's an entertainer and a comic and recently a fighter. But he doesn't know what he doesn't know. I don't know what I don't know. Also, in fact, I am much more aware of what I don't know than what I do know. But I don't think Bob Lazar would do an interview with me. And I think that's why it's never happened. Um, and it's not that I see you as a Lazar superfan. It's that um, it, look, I've asked myself what it would take to prove to certain people that the Earth is round, and the answer is, for certain people, there is no proof. You could take them up in a spaceship. You could do any number of things. Many flat earthers have done experiments that prove that the Earth is round, and they have changed their minds, and good for them. But some people are absolutely immune to evidence. They're immune to reason, logic, or fact. Um, I decided, I think I mentioned this once a couple shows ago. What would it take to convince me that 9/11 was an inside job? And the first thing that I could think of that would really do it would be if you could produce the bodies of the passengers on those 4 airlines. If you could take me to a place where the bodies of those passengers on those 4 airlines were buried, hidden, frozen, burned, whatever, and we were able to recover enough DNA to say that these are, in fact, the remnants of the people that were supposedly on the airplanes that hit in Pennsylvania and the Pentagon and New York, then that would convince me that I was wrong. So there is not an impossible standard. You could prove to me instantly that Bob Lazar is right by having that vehicle hover in the presence of scientists and skeptics. And especially illusionists like David Copperfield. Because when I say hover in the presence of, I don't mean I'm watching it hover. I mean if Bob Lazar went on board his flying saucer, turned it on, and took that thing up to 3 feet above the ground, and we were able to get under there with simple things like scales or light, lasers, smoke, anything, then I'd be convinced. And so would everybody else. And as far as the aliens go, you could take one sample, one skin sample from this creature, and if it turned out that it had right-handed amino acids, then it is not from planet Earth. And just about any lab in the country could do that for you. If it turned out that it had right-handed amino acids, 50-50 chance, let's say, then categorically, a fingernail from an alien could prove that it is not of this Earth. But that's what real proof is. So, there you go. Anyway, hope you had some fun. I had a lot of fun. Thanks for joining us. What time is it? Yeah, it's getting late. But yeah, I'm not going to get into that. So that'll do it for the show. It's a long show. It's a long and winding road. It is a 3-hour and 15-minute tour. That's just the recording time, so there you go. Okay, so that'll do it for the show. It's made possible by the members of BillWhittle.com and Spiky Hair, individuals from around the universe. Thanks very much for joining us. It's a pleasure to be here, and I hope nobody took it personally. I get excited about things, and especially when I'm right. And we'll see you Thursday, unless something occurs that is beyond human ken, but something like that happens 2 weeks in a row. But you never know. Strange, strange universe out there, and not only stranger than we imagine, but stranger than we can imagine. We'll see. All right, see you guys on Thursday.